Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very, very warm good evening to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you all to today's class of governance. This is class number 3 for governance. Good evening, everyone. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Let everyone join in the class and then we will begin. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Vivek. Good evening, Arnab, Namrata, Vechri, Taran. Good evening, Vanshika, Vaishna. Good evening, Devi, Sulakshna, Berinder. Good evening, Aniket, Cheduli. Good evening, Aditya. Yes, Anurag. I'll make a note of that and I'll just pass this on. Good evening, Samiksha. Good evening, Tehseen. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Jyoti, Ramakan. Good evening, Gautami. Good evening, Vikram. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Aditi. Good evening, Dinesh. Hello, Savi. Megha is saying, I'm from morning batch. Our governance classes important for prelims as well. Megha, a few topics that we will cover here are relevant for the prelims as well. For example, from the topics that we have covered so far, we have covered RTI, Citizens Charter, and now we're in the middle of covering the CAG. CAG is important for the prelims examination as well. From the RTI, you may get a few questions in the prelim examination. Citizens Charter, as such, no. From Citizens Charter, you do not get questions in the prelims exam. So mainly, it's a question or it's a topic that is based from mains examination point of view. But you may get here and there a few topics on the prelims as well. Uh, Hi, Aditya. Good evening. Good evening, Akhil. Vivek is saying, are we having a holiday on Valentine's Day? Vivek, lucky are the ones who get to celebrate the Valentine's Day. So if you're one of them, you deserve to have your personal holiday. So go and have your personal holiday and you can watch the recorded class later. But those who are unlucky, I don't want them to feel alone on Valentine's Day. So they will come to the class so that we can celebrate together. Hi, Shobit. Good evening. Sure, Megha. Uh, okay, Himanshu is saying every year average number of questions in GS2 for governance. So Himanshu, on an average, 3 questions, 3 to 4 questions from governance in the GS2 mains examination. Desmita is saying tomorrow is Saraswati Puja. Desmita, in that case, in advance, happy Saraswati Puja to you. What better day to celebrate Saraswati Puja than coming and studying, right? That's what Saraswati ji would want. So no holiday. Then Chandrasekhar is saying, if my introduction is okay, in India, 1977 aimed to enforce government by specifying services. It is also promised. See, the problem with Chandrasekhar, your introduction is that in the entire first statement, you have not even named citizens charter. So you have to start the question by what is asked. Citizen charter should be mentioned at least in the first line. Yes, Rakshana, tomorrow UPS will also release the form. Okay, Megha is saying all constitutional bodies will be covered here. No, Megha, not all constitutional bodies. Only the constitutional bodies which are relevant here for governance, they will be covered here. For example, we will be covering UPSC as a body, and we will be covering some other bodies, not all constitutional bodies as such, but yes, we will be covering bodies such as, let's say, Lokpal, the CAG we covered already. We'll also be talking about the ED, we'll be talking about the CBI. These are the things that we'll be studying from the governance point of view. Okay, so once again, I welcome you all to the class. I hope all of you are doing good. You're taking part in the prelims test series as well. Just to remind you where we were yesterday. Yesterday, we had 2 topics for our discussion. The first topic that we have taken up for yesterday's discussion was Citizens Charter. This was a topic that we had completed. So let me quickly refresh your memory about Citizens Charter. In short, Citizens Charter is a document that is prepared by the government offices, by the government organizations. They give you a list of services that they offer and also the timeline within which you can expect the services to be given to you. So, what happens in these cases is, for example, we talked about the post offices, you can talk about the banks as well. When you go to certain banks, you will see these huge boards put up on the wall of the bank. They will tell you services that are offered. Services, for example, which may include opening up an account, closing up an account, transferring your money, preparing a demand draft, etc. What are the services offered? In how much time the services are to be given, and also grievance redressal mechanism. That is, in case the services are not provided in the given time frame, then what can you do? This is what citizen starter is. We discuss about the issues in the citizen starter. The citizen starter issues included: number one, it does not have any legal backing, so there is no specific law on the idea of citizen starter, meaning that even if the citizen starter that you have is not followed by the organization, there is no punishment given to them. There is no penalty as such provided. Secondly, we also discussed the fact that they have not been reviewed. Departments make citizen starters and then they forget about it. There is lack of awareness. People don't know about it. These were some of the issues that we had discussed. The second topic for yesterday that we had discussed was the CAG, Comptroller and the Auditor General. Now, when we discuss about the CAG, Comptroller and the Auditor General, we started our discussion with a comparison of Indian CAG and the British CAG. We discussed how the Indian CAG, although the name of the office is taken from UK, the British CAG is different. How? A couple of things. Number one, in Britain, the CAG has both the functions Comptroller and the Auditor as well. In India, the CAG does not have the powers of a comptroller. Now, what's a comptroller? Comptroller is an officer that can control the spending of the government, which is not the case with India. In India, CAG cannot stop the government from spending any money. In India, the CAG's job will only start once the government has already spent the money. Second thing that we discussed, the difference between India and the British CAG. The British CAG is a part of their own cabinet, so it's more or less a part of the government itself. In India, on the other hand, CAG is an independent constitutional office. The CAG is not someone that is a part of the government, so that is the big difference. Then we discussed about some of the issues in the working of the CAG. We mainly stuck on the issue of appointment. There is no eligibility criteria. The government usually appoints their favored IAS officers at the top of the CAG. This is something that is not appreciated by the people working in the CAG itself, because the CAG officers are IAAS officers and they don't get a chance to be at the top. We also discussed how in the past few years, the number of reports published by the CAG is on a constant decline. That is in direct correlation to the fact that the officers who are being appointed as the CAG are people who are closer to the government. We also discussed in the end how the government's budget for the CAG's office, for the Department of Accounts and Audit, has been declining. This is as recent as this year's budget itself that was presented just a couple of weeks back, when the government presented the budget and they showed what is the expenditure that the government is giving to the CAG office. This is a trend that shows that the office of the CAGs and the budget that it has is on a constant decline. This is where we had reached yesterday. Any questions so far? Any questions from whatever we discussed yesterday? Please let me know. Abhijit is saying, can RTI be considered as an external accountability ensuring mechanism? Yes, Abhijit, you can consider it as an outside accountability mechanism. Okay, should we move ahead then? Should we move ahead? Okay, so this is again one of those questions that can be asked, or that has been asked rather, from the CAG's office. This was a question asked in 2018. Also, if you are not reading the chat, let me remind you once again, for the ease of SME, if you want the SME, the expert, to answer all your questions, it's better if you post your question in the doubt section, so that the SME can also see it as soon as possible and they can also respond to it, because otherwise what happens is the questions usually get hidden in between the chats. So it's better if you have a specific question that you want the answer to be given to, make sure it's in the doubt section so that the SME can see it much earlier. All right then. So this was the question that was asked from the CAG portion in 2018. The CAG has a very vital role to play. Explain how this is reflected in the method in terms of the appointment, as well as the range of the powers that he can exercise. Again, it's a question that you can try and write the answer to. In the last two classes, in both these classes, we had discussed how to write certain questions, how to write certain answers. And I'm glad that most of you are trying to do that. Do try and write answer to this question as well. Not a difficult question to answer. In the main body, mainly you would have to focus on how the appointment works, what are the range of powers that the CAG possesses. CAG again, the reason why it was asked is CAG usually has always been in the news every single year, either because of some report, either because of some scam coming out. In 2018, this was a mains question asked on similar lines. Anyway, let's begin today's class then. Now, we all discussed how the main responsibility of the CAG is to conduct audit. Audit means keeping an account, cross checking whether the money that the government claims that they spent, did they actually spend it or not? Meaning that if the government claims that they actually spent 500 crore rupees on something, whether they actually spent it or not, this is what auditing is, cross checking the government expenditure. Now, there are different types of audits that the CAG performs. One of the most important things that the CAG does is not just to look into whether the government is lying or not. Apart from looking into whether the government is lying or whether the government is speaking the truth, the other thing that the CAG usually does is to look into whether or not the government is maintaining the records in the right manner, or whether or not the government was efficient enough. Let's try and understand. The first type of audit that they do is compliance audit. Compliance audit, the most simple one. For example, if the government says that we spent 500 crore rupees to make a statue, the CAG will check whether it is correct or not, whether they actually spent this money in making the statue or not, or whether the government was lying, whether the government spent this much money somewhere else and they made a false claim. This is called compliance audit. Again, compliance audit means whether the promise made by the government or whether the claim made by the government is true or not. If they said that we have spent this much money on a specific thing, whether they did it right or not, this is called compliance audit. Simple. Second type of audit is the financial audit. Financial audit means whether the accounts have been maintained in the proper manner or not. The government spent the money, no issues with that. The government spent it in the right manner, no issues with that. Financial audit looks into whether they have maintained the correct record of it or not. Was the record maintained in a proper manner, or was there some fudging of the books that was done? This is called financial audit. So, not just that the government has to spend the money in the right manner, but apart from that, the government also has to make sure that the accounting done, the records that are kept are also done in the correct manner. This is called the financial audit. Third type of audit is the performance audit. Performance audit means whether the financial targets are in line with the physical targets or not. Let me give you an example. Let's assume the government of India says that we have spent again 5,000 crore rupees to build a statue. Fine, no issues with that. It's your money, you've spent the statue. So the CAG asked the government, show me the statue. I also want to see what was the statue created after spending 5,000 crore rupees. And the government gives this statue. See, we made this flower statue. See, such a beautiful sunflower. This is the statue that we made for 5,000 crore rupees. So there is something wrong in that, right? The CAG will also think there is something wrong here. If you are making this flower, doesn't matter how beautiful it is, doesn't matter how amazing it is, but if you spend 5,000 crore rupees to build a statue that is this much of a flower, that means there is something wrong here. You have maintained the correct manner, the correct accounts, no problem with that. You have spent the money right, but your physical targets are not in line with the financial targets. Some people are asking me in the chat, which flower is it? I don't know which flower is it. This is the only flower I know how to draw. ever since I was a kid. That's that's my go-to drawing. So anyone asks me make a flower, I'll make this flower. That's the only thing that I can do. Or one more flower that I try to do is this. This is the other flower that I could do. Anyway, so the idea is that if the financial targets or the financial money that was spent, it is not in line with the physical target, that means there is something wrong here. This is called performance audit. So this is also that the CAG checks. CAG does not only check how much money did you spend, was it maintained in the right manner or not. They also look into whether or not the physical targets that you achieved were in line with the money that you spent. Then the efficiency. Efficiency audit means whether the government could have done the same thing in lesser amount of money. I'll give you an example. Okay, let's assume this, that you go and buy an air conditioner for yourself. Okay, you go and check on Amazon and you have to buy an AC. Let's assume you checked everything and you finalize an AC for 40,000 rupees. Okay. Now, tomorrow, if the government wants to make a new building, so they made the entire parliament. Okay. Now, in the parliament, let's assume the government requires 500 air conditioners. Okay. Now, government also goes to Amazon and government also orders 500 ACs for 40,000 rupees each. Do you think it is intelligent of the government to just order 500 ACs for 40,000 each, go to Amazon? Should the government have done this? Or do you think the government could have done it in a much better manner? It's obviously not good. If you're buying something in such a huge quantity, you are the government, you can easily negotiate. If you go and you buy something in multiple quantity, even if you buy 5 or 10 ACs, you can easily go and negotiate. For the government to buy 500 of this and not even negotiate, not even bargain, that means something is wrong here. So CAG will point out this as well, that the government did not do anything illegal. This is not illegal, but this is inefficient. That is, the government should have been much more efficient in its expenditure. That is called efficiency audit. That's called efficiency audit. The government did not do anything illegal. Again, please understand, if the government made a mistake here, it is not illegal. It can be unintelligent, but it's not illegal. It can be inefficient, but it's not illegal. So no one will go to the jail for this. Yes, you will criticize the government, you will think the government should not have done this, but at least this is not illegal. Then the most important one, the proprietary audit. Most important and the most controversial. Before I discuss this, let me quickly remind you once again what all audits were done. So first was compliance audit. Compliance is whether the government actually spent the money on something that they have promised or not. If they said they have spent money on building of a statue, CAG will check whether the money was actually spent on the statue or not. Compliance audit. Financial audit, whether maintenance of the accounts was done properly or not. Whether the account was maintained properly or not, whether if the government says we spent 500 crore rupees, they will check whether it was actually written properly in the books or not. Second. Third is performance audit. Performance basically means whether the government actually achieved physical targets proportional to the money spent or not. If they spent 5,000 crore rupees, they can't just have a statue this big, right? That is called performance audit. Then efficiency audit. Did the government negotiate? Did the government bargain? Could they have used the money in a better manner? Could they have done something else? This is called efficiency audit. Now we come to the most controversial one, proprietary audit. What is proprietary audit? Proprietary audit means the CAG in its report, apart from everything else, also tells whether the government should have spent the money or not. Means, again, let's assume the same example. The government made claim that they spent 5,000 crore to build a statue. Everything is fine, everything is legal. It's a very beautiful looking statue, not like my flower. It's a great statue, everything is good. account has been maintained properly, government bargained also, all this is fine. But the CAG will also say at the end of the day whether there was actually a need to build this statue, whether there was a need to spend this much money or not. This is something that CAG does. This is called proprietary audit. Now, what is the problem with this? The problem with this is many people say, who is the CAG to say that the government should have or should not have spent the money? At the end of the day, we are living in a democracy, right? The entire point of democracy means, the entire point of democracy means those who are elected to power, those who won the election, those who have come to power, you have been elected. Now you have the right to decide how the government will run. If I am in power, I am the one who has been given the majority by the people. I will be the one who will decide how the money is to be spent. Who is the CAG to tell me? This is a problem. Understand? This is the issue of proprietary audit. That is, the government doesn't like it. Government hates it. Why? Government says, who is the CAG to tell us? We are the ones who have been elected. People have given us the confidence. People have trusted us. So you should not tell us whether we should spend this money in this manner or not. Now, this is where, let me give you a very interesting view. So I'll give you a real example so that you can understand and you can identify how it works. So a few years back, before Yogi Adityanath became the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh was ruled by Samajwadi Party. The chief minister was Akhilesh Yadav. A few years back, there was an interview of Akhilesh Yadav, and the news reporter asked him that, sir, you have spent 50 crore rupees to build a fountain in Lucknow outside the Lucknow railway station. So Lucknow railway station is called Charbagh. The reporter asked that outside Charbagh railway station, you have built a statue of 50 crore rupees. Could you not have spent this money somewhere else? Your state is such a poor state. This money could have been spent to give people food, to give people education, to do this, that, etc., etc. So, do you not think this was a waste of money? This is what the question was. Now, what do you think? If I ask this question, if you were Akhilesh Yadav or someone had asked you this question, do you think it was a good use of public money or not? What do you think? Okay. Not good, not good, not good. No, no. Okay. Okay. Mostly, or everyone says it's not good use of money, right? Kamal Pal says, Chituri also say it may be good. Okay. Let me tell you, okay. Let me tell you what his response was. I'll tell you his response and then you decide whether it was good use or not. You be the judge. I'll just tell you his response. So his response was, uh, he's Akhilesh Yadav said, if you are, let's say, upper middle class, travel abroad, right? Let's assume you go to Singapore, you go to Dubai, you go to Australia, or you go to many places, right? Now, when you go to Singapore or Dubai, what do you do as a tourist? As a tourist, you stand in front of the Burj Khalifa and then you get your photo clicked, right? That's what you do. And then you basically post that photo everywhere on social media. You go to Singapore, you go to their airport, the Changi airport, and then you get your photo clicked everywhere in front of these beautiful places, and then you post that photo everywhere. That's what you do. So his argument was, do my poor people not deserve a similar kind of experience that you are having when you travel abroad? Do my poor people not have the right to also go and click photo in front of beautiful places without spending any money? Should I not give them this opportunity? That, okay, if you can't travel abroad, don't worry, I will give you gratification, I will make you happy, this is a great place I've made for you, come here, click photos, sit, etc., and you will be happy. That was his argument. Now, again, I am not saying you should agree with this or not, but this is a good point of view to have in your mind. It's always good to have a contrary opinion as compared to what you think is right. So that is his argument. You might still say, oh no, what is a bad use of money? Absolutely fine. You are still entitled to your opinion. But I'm just telling you, this is how the governments justify. This is how the governments come up. Now, the other side of the story, and I'll just add on to this argument because over here, there's one more argument that comes in. So, one more argument is that so many people who are sleeping hungry, they could have been fed food with this money, right? Many people would have this argument, which is a good argument. That 50 crore rupees, why don't you spend it on giving food to people? 50 crore rupees, why don't you spend it on doing this and that? Although all these are good arguments, there is no doubt about that. But the question here is, by the same argument, if you extend the same logic, when ISRO launched the Mars project or when ISRO launches a Chandrayaan project, the, the same logic applies there as well, right? Many people say, why is ISRO wasting so much money? They should actually be spending money on feeding to the poor people. The problem here is, as the government, that I will keep spending money on poor people and do nothing else. I'm not justifying what is right and what is wrong. I'm not justifying building of statue or fountain, etc. But I'm just giving you a contrary point of view. That if, for example, you restrict your spending, any government, you restrict your spending till the time and you promise that I will not spend on anything else except everyone gets food and education, then you will not be able to build anything. At the end of the day, the things that you admire when you go to other countries, do you think people are not poor in Singapore? They are poor in Singapore as well. Don't you think people are poor in other countries? They are still poor in other countries, but that is how you actually divide. Anyway, so leave this, let's leave this argument for some other day. This is the problem in this proprietary audit. The government thinks CAG should not tell whether we should have spent the money or not. The governments think that CAG should just say, was it legal or illegal, full stop. If there was some corruption, tell us. If there was no corruption, then keep your mouth shut. That is what the government thinks. So politicians usually criticize the proprietary audit thing. Politicians usually say the CAG should not tell us the reasoning, should not tell us you should not have done this, you should have done this. Let's leave it to the government. The government has won the election, they will decide. However, the Supreme Court is in favor of proprietary audit. Look at what the Supreme Court said. Supreme Court a few years back made this statement. The Supreme Court said CAG is not like a Munimji or an accountant or something like that. He is a constitutional authority who can examine the revenue allocation and matters relating to the economy. The CAG is a principal auditor whose function is to go into the economy, effectiveness, and efficiency of the use of resources by the government. If the CAG will not do it, then who else will do it? Meaning that Supreme Court has supported the idea of proprietary audit. Supreme Court has supported the idea of proprietary audit, meaning that Supreme Court says if the CAG will not do it, then who else? CAG is not just an accountant. CAG is a constitutional authority, someone who has to keep the government in check. Okay, someone is asking, Vivek is asking, Munimji means chartered accountant. No, Vivek, Munimji, you are giving too much importance to Munimji by calling him a chartered accountant. If you if you remember old movies, in old movies, rich people used to have an employee who used to wear this Gandhi topi and you used to wear kurta and they used to carry some files and they used to keep all the accounts. That is Munimji. So Munimji, not chartered accountant. Chartered accountant would be a much higher person, much more educated. Munimji, more of a bookkeeper. More of a bookkeeper who keeps all the accounts, who keeps all the written account. That's what Munimji is. Yes, Mujtada. Cruel man and cruel man in some movies. Vanshika is saying like Chitragupta. Yeah, somewhat like Chitragupta. Okay. Now, again, there was a question related to the CAG in 2016. The question was, exercise of CAG's power in relation to the accounts of union and the state is derived from Article 114 of the Indian Constitution. Now, I'll tell you something interesting. You will see another very interesting pattern in the UPSC mains exam. The pattern is, if you look at the UPSC mains examination, what happens is that a lot of times the first part of the question is just a statement. In the first part, they're not even asking you anything like this. See this. This is not even a question. This is just a statement. Just a fact. Nothing else. The question starts really from here. The question mainly starts from here. That discuss whether the audit of the government's policy implementation could amount to overstepping of its jurisdiction. Means, in simple terms, it's asking about the proprietary audit. It's saying that when the CAG checks whether the government should have spent the money or not, when the CAG looks into the government schemes, etc., is it overstepping its jurisdiction? Should it do it or should it not do it? To answer this question, what you can do is, whether or not, which side do you want to take, yes or no, that depends upon you. Usually when they are not asking you about a specific side, they're just asking you discuss whether CAG is overstepping or not. The good way to do it would be to give both points of view, yes and no. You can tilt towards one side depending upon whichever side you think is right. You can tilt towards one side. The arguments on no side are, as I told you earlier, the arguments of no side are that in a democracy, the elected representatives run the government, which is the government. CAG is not an elected representative. Please understand. In a democracy, no one can be above an elected representative. Elected representative will always have the final authority to take decisions. So the government is the elected representative, number one. Second important argument that you have to understand is many government policies may not make financial sense. For example, as I said, spending 500 crore rupees on an ISRO project and the project fails. Let's take this example. Let's assume Chandrayaan 2. So in Chandrayaan 2, we did not achieve the complete objective, right? We achieved some of it, but the lander part failed. So now let's assume the CAG writes in the report. Why did the government give so much money to ISRO? They wasted so many crores of rupees. They could not even land the lander properly. Same money could have been spent to feed people. That could be in the report, right? But again, the CAG cannot be given the power to decide how the government policies will be. The government is always in a better position to decide that. Government is answerable to the people and not the CAG. These are the arguments on this side that the CAG should not do this. That yes, CAG is overstepping the jurisdiction. On the other hand, in the side of yes, you can take the side of what the Supreme Court said. You can quote what the Supreme Court said. You can say that the Honorable Supreme Court said that the CAG is a constitutional office and not just an accountant. If the CAG will not look into the efficiency of the government expenditure, then who will? So it's better to write both sides. Chandrasekhar is saying one side is enough, or do we need to write both sides? So Chandrasekhar, see, as I said, if the question specifically is asking you to write one side only, then you can go ahead and write one side only. This question is asking you an open-ended thing. So they're just asking you discuss whether is it right or wrong. So discuss whether means you have to discuss both sides. Only then you can arrive at a conclusion, right? So when it says discuss whether it happens or not, then you have to write on both the sides of the story. That is how the government's audit will be. So try and write this answer. Not a difficult question to answer if you have understood whatever we had discussed. Okay. Let's see if we can answer a few questions from the prelims point of view. Read this carefully. Read this carefully. The time has started. 65% people got this one right. Not a difficult question to answer. This is D. You had to tell which of these is not correct with regards to the CAG. After the tenure of the CAG is over, as we discussed yesterday, the tenure is 6 years, retirement age is 65. After the tenure is over, the CAG is not eligible for another appointment. You can only have one appointment. After that, you cannot expect to have one more appointment. You cannot continue in any other government job. This thing is mainly done to ensure that the CAG does not favor the government. This point, the fourth point that you will see this point in a lot of constitutional posts. In a lot of constitutional posts. How? Because the reason why you see this in constitutional posts is the government has to ensure that the people in the constitutional offices are working independently. If the people think that, oh, they still have a scope of getting one more appointment from the government, what they will do is they will start favoring the government in that manner. And that's why it is important to tell them you cannot have another job under the government. Chandrasekhar is saying how C is not correct. Chandrasekhar, C is correct. You have to tell which is not correct. Only D is not correct. This is correct. We discussed yesterday as well. The CAG advises in what manner the government has to keep its account. Now, I'll tell you something very interesting here. I'll tell you something interesting about the CAG, and as we come to the end of the CAG chapter, I'll tell you something very interesting. So, government has a loophole for almost everything. I'll give you an example. Let's take an example of Supreme Court judges. Now, as you know, the law says that Supreme Court judges, after their retirement, cannot have any other government job. So basically, they cannot have a government job after they continue, after they are retired. Now, what happens in this case is the government wants to find a loophole. Now, what is that loophole? Have you ever noticed? Have you ever noticed why is it that whenever the government appoints a committee for anything, the committees are headed by Supreme Court judges only, retired judges? Have you wondered why has that happened? Why is it that whenever the government has to appoint a committee or a commission, it is only the judges that are appointed as the head? There is no requirement as per the law that the committees will be headed by judges only. But even then, the government makes sure that the judges are the ones who head the committees. How? Why? This is the loophole. Number one, committees are not government jobs. So, committee heads, they are not government jobs. So, this is a big loophole. If you are the head of a committee or a commission, this is not a government job. So, you can argue that you can still be eligible for that. Secondly, this gives a way to actually favor judges. Government puts this message across to the judges informally while they are working in the court that after your retirement, we will take care of you. We don't want you to sit at home, get bored, solve Sudoku every day. You also want to work, right? You also want to earn money. So don't worry, we will take care of you. We will give you some committee posts. And do you know the judges who are the heads of the committee? They earn much more than salary of judges. Do you know that? Judges who become head of the committee, they get crores of rupees. They get amazing amount of money just by being the head of the committee. Per month, they easily get 10-15 lakh per month. And there is no issue. They can continue being the head of the committee so long. That's why you will see. That's why you will see that if the government, for example, makes a committee tomorrow and the government tells the committee, sir, you tell us after your research whether UPSC should have the optional paper or not. So government makes a committee and the government tells the committee, sir, you conduct a research and tell us whether UPSC should have the optional paper or not. That committee will now give its report after 3 years. For 3 years, Mr. Judge will work and will research. What is he researching? He's researching this. Akkar Bakkar Bombay Bo, optional paper, yes or no. Akkar Bakkar Bombay Bo, optional paper, yes or no. So the committee will say, no, 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 optional paper should not go. I've done a lot of research. It's an in-depth research of 3 years. So after 3 years, my suggestion is optional paper should not go. And the government will also pay for 3 years. So that is the relationship between the government and the judges. That's how an informal relationship grows. That is why you will see there are some retired judges who continuously become heads of organizations time and time and time again. They are continuously becoming heads of organizations time and time again. And you can find out the name of some judges which are very favored by the government. I'll give you an example of a judge. I'll give you this as a homework. You can find out. Just find out who was the head of Delimitation Commission for Jammu Kashmir. Recently, there was a Delimitation Commission for Jammu Kashmir. Okay. Now you find out who the head was, who the retired judge was, and then see how many committees or commissions are headed by this judge since the retirement. How many committees have been headed by this judge? And you will see so many committees headed by this judge, random committees. Now you do this, now you do that. The judge was told, okay, we are now appointing Lokpal. Now you go and become head of the committee to search for a Lokpal. Now the judge was told, now you go ahead and do the delimitation for Jammu Kashmir. So it's a symbiotic relationship that exists between the government and the judges. And it's true with every government. It's not with one single government. It's with every government. That's how politics is. That's how politics actually works. So again, this is your homework, and already people have Googled the name. So you can Google the name and see the committees headed by the judge, and you will see a lot of committees headed by the judges. Anyways, okay. So before I go ahead and start with the next topic, let me take up a few questions very quickly so that we can go ahead. If you have any questions specifically with regards to CAG Citizen Starter, please feel free to ask, and then we'll go ahead. Cheturi saying if a person is appointed as CAG at the age of 45, after his period, he will be retired at 51 years. Yes, Cheturi, he will be. That is why usually when you see people being appointed as CAG, etc., they are well over 55. You will not see anyone being appointed as CAG in their 40s. That's not usually what happens. Then let's see. Chandrasekhar is saying, why do they give that so much salary for them? Chandrasekhar, if the person who is giving the salary is ready to give, the person accepting the salary is ready to accept, then who are we to ask questions? That's the problem. Kamal Pal is saying, can CAG overlook after the requirement of these committees because money is spent here as well? No, see, again, the CAG can just give the report that government gave this much salary. There's no corruption in that, right? If the government is giving this salary to the person, there's no corruption in that. It's all being done legally. Vikram is saying, please explain third point in previous year question. Okay. Previous year question, third point. So, if you remember yesterday, I had told you, till the 1970s, CAG also had the responsibility to maintain the government accounts. But after 1970s, the CAG was not responsible for maintaining the government accounts. After 1970, CAG advised the government how to maintain government records. That is what is written here. The CAG advises how to maintain the records. The government then maintains it. Arnab, audit is only done after the money is spent. There cannot be any audit before the spending of the money. So Lakshana is saying CAG can't go to the court, but their published reports can be used by anyone to file the case. Yes, Lakshana, they can be. Okay, one last question. Vaishna is saying CAG is both a part of polity and governance syllabus. In answer, how to maintain the right balance, should we mention articles also, governance perspective also? Vaishna, you are just confusing yourself. Don't assume it's a part of polity also, governance also. CAG is just a part of a UPSC syllabus, full stop. Depending on what the question is, right? The answer, as simple as that. So don't confuse yourself. Oh, it's a part of this also, it's a part of that also. Don't worry about that. Just write what the question is demanding. You can write knowledge. You can use knowledge from anywhere, from any class that you gain. Then Chituri saying, who maintains the government records? Is it the finance department? No, Chituri, it's not the finance department. There is an officer who maintains the government records. Let me give this to you homework. You can do a Google search, or it's a homework. You can find out what is the post of that government officer that maintains the government account. The post of the officer sounds very similar to CAG, sounds similar to that, but it's not the CAG. CAG does not do that. There's some other officer now who is appointed for that post. Anyway, let's go ahead then. So Now is the beginning of third topic for our governance subject. First topic was about transparency when we talked about the RTI. Second topic was again about transparency and accountability. We talked about the citizen starter and the CAG. Now we are starting with the third topic, that is corruption. Sadly and unfortunately, in India, even a kid is very familiar with the name corruption. Corruption is something that comes in very naturally to us Indians. Corruption is something that we are all aware of. And somehow, it's not something that we are taught in the school or in the college or by our parents, but just by the virtue of living in the society, talking to people, you understand what corruption is. You have seen it all around you, be it at the traffic signal, be it at, let's say, any government office, be it when you have to get when you have to get any of your documentation done, license, etc. It is something that is all around us, and it's so innate in our surroundings that we assume it's a part of who we are, which is true. And this is not something that is just an India wide phenomena. Corruption is an issue that you see all around the world. Scams, people taking off money illegally. This is all something that we see all around us. Now, how would you define corruption? In simple terms, corruption would be when someone is demanding money or something extra in terms of goods beyond what they are legally entitled to get. For example, if you are legally entitled to a 50,000 rupees salary to do your job, but to do the same job, you start demanding that no, I want something extra beyond that. In simple terms, that's how you would define corruption. A person's expectation, a person's demand to go beyond what they were actually entitled to get, that's corruption. Corruption comes in many cases. In India, we are a society that is not oblivious to the issue of corruption. We have seen big corruption cases ever since the beginning of our independence. Yes, the corruption cases have increased, they have become much more. But even when we just became independent, in the first few years itself, in the parliament, there were many cases of corruption that came up. Many people taking money, even from the British era, you will see a lot of people taking and charging money for things that they did not do. Now, in India, we have a lot of laws to fight against corruption. We have the IPC that has now been replaced. The Indian Penal Code 1860, it has been replaced by Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. There is something called RPA. RPA is Representation of People's Act. Representation of People's Act 1951. It talks about the corruption at the election level mainly. It talks about corruption in politics while fighting elections, while contesting elections, and the punishment that has to be given. The main law, the primary law in India to fight against corruption is this: PCA's Prevention of Corruption Act. Prevention of Corruption Act. This is the country's primary law to fight against corruption. We'll discuss this in detail today. What is the Prevention of Corruption Act? How does it work? Who is guilty? Who is not guilty? Then we have the CVC. CVC we'll discuss later. CVC is Central Vigilance Commission. We will discuss later about how does CVC work, what are the powers of the CVC. Then we have the DSPE Act. Any idea what is DSPE? Any idea what is DSPE? I'll give you a hint. This is this is the law under which CBI has been formed. Yes, KK Vaishna are correct. GI is also correct. Yeah, DSP is Delhi Special Police Establishment Act. Delhi Special Police Establishment. This is the law that recognizes CBI. Then the Lokpal Act, we'll be discussing that as well in detail. PMLA's Prevention of Money Laundering. Prevention of money laundering. This is the law under which the ED works. ED, Enforcement Directorate, that is often in the news in India, especially when it conducts raids against opposition leaders or other politicians. This is when it comes in the news. ED gets its powers from the law that is called the PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Then we have the RTI law that we have already discussed, and the Whistleblower Protection Act, something that we will discuss in a bit. These are examples of some of the laws that have been created in India to fight against corruption. Most of these will be discussed in classes, in the governance classes. We'll be discussing how these laws work, what are the kind of cases that they cover, what are the bodies that are created. Okay, Vivek. Vivek wants me to write here, replaced by Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita. Now, if you look at the corruption cases in India, apart from the laws, we also have a lot of authorities that have been created. Authorities that have the power to fight against corruption. There is the judiciary, ED, there is CVC, something that we will discuss, Central Vigilance Commission, Lokpal, Lokayukt, something it is something that we will discuss, CBI also we will discuss, CAG already we have discussed it. Consumer forums we will not discuss, not a part of your syllabus, but this is consumer forum, basically a special courts where you can go and file an appeal when you order iPhone from Amazon, but Amazon delivers you rin bar in or Vim bar, whatever your preference is, and not the iPhone. Then this is where you go and complain. This is called the consumer forum, so special court for consumers. Then ombudsman. So ombudsman is a generic word which means officer against corruption. It's a generic word which means officer against corruption. For example, if you have a complaint in the banks, then your ombudsman will be RBI. If you have a complaint with your insurance company, then your ombudsman will be IRDAI. So there are ombudsmen in different fields. Depending upon what is your issue, you can go and complain to them. Then at the state government level, we also have anti-corruption bureaus. This is also not a part of our syllabus. Different state governments have these because the state governments think that the center government misuses the CBI. The state governments think that the center government basically asks the CBI to conduct investigation against them. They ask the CBI to come and file cases against them. So state should also have something to get back at the center. This is why the states have their own anti-corruption bureau. So these are again examples of institutions that have been created in India to fight against corruption whenever there has been a requirement. Mustaba is saying, does every organization have ombudsman? Not every organization. Most government organizations do have ombudsman, but not every organization. As Dave has given an example, share market ombudsman will be SEBI. If you have an issue in the share market, if the company promised you certain shares, they did not deliver the shares to you within the specific time period, you go to SEBI. SEBI will file that case. That's how it works. Vaishna, ACB's Anti-Corruption Bureau, they are under state governments. They are parallel to CBI. Like CBI is at the center. Many state governments run their Anti-Corruption Bureau so that they can carry out their own investigations. Let's start with the idea of corruption then. Now, at the international level, there is a report that is published every year called the Corruption Perception Index. GIA, it depends on different states. Some states have given statutory backing to their anti-corruption bureau, some have not. So there's not a generalized uh, organization. It depends on state to state. So there is something called Corruption Perception Index, published every year. Any idea which organization publishes it? Any idea which organization publishes it? Yes, it's published by an organization called Transparency International. It's published by an organization called Transparency International. Now, if you look at Transparency International, the reports that they publish every single year, these reports highlight the countries individually, where do they stand in terms of corruption. So India usually is almost always in somewhere in the middle. Not a great place to be in, but we are usually in the middle. So India this year, for example, in the 2023 index, it was published just a few days back. As you can see, 31st Jan 2024, it came out. So just about a couple of weeks back, this index was published. India's rank was 93 out of 180. Score was 39. It was slightly worse as compared to last year. Last year, our rank was 85. There are about 180 countries that are given a ranking on the basis of different data sources, and they're given a score from 0 to 100. 0 is very corrupt, 100 is absolutely clean. So the higher your score, the better you are. Please remember, this index mainly only talks about public sector corruption, not private sector. So if there are scams in the private sector, then it doesn't cover that. It only covers what is happening in the public sector, basically the government enterprises. So it's only the government enterprises that are covered under this index specifically. This is a highlight of the ranking, the top and the bottom. So from the top, usual countries that usually remain at the top: Denmark, Finland, New Zealand, Norway, somewhere at the top. At the bottom, countries such as Somalia, Venezuela, etc. These are somewhere at the bottom. You don't have to remember them. This is just in case. Good to know information, not need to know. So this is good to know. If you remember this, you can quote in the answer if there is a related question to this. India, as I said, is somewhere in the middle according to this particular report. As expected, this report also tells you most of the countries where the corruption levels are higher are in Africa. Basically, the simple idea is corruption is directly proportional to income levels. Sorry, indirectly proportional to income levels. The lower the income level, the higher would be the corruption, and the higher the income level, lower will be the corruption. As you can see, Western Europe, European Union, these are the countries where we do not really see any issues. There are some issues as in the African countries in Asia as such, but Europe has consistently scored much, much, much higher. Anyways, with that out of the way, let's now go to the important part about our topic. The important part about our topic is, in India, which law primarily fights against corruption? In India, corruption is mainly dealt with a law called the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. It talks about the corruption as done by public servants. So please understand, this law does not cover private entities. This law only covers public entities. So basically, the law says what are different offenses. Taking a bribe is an offense. Criminal misconduct is an offense. Amassing disproportionate asset is an offense. So let's understand this one by one. First, taking a bribe. Very simple to understand. When a government servant is demanding something beyond their salary, beyond what they're legally entitled to, it is a bribe. For the job that they're supposed to do for their salary only, but they demand something beyond their salary, this is then it becomes a bribe, number one. Criminal misconduct. Criminal misconduct can be in various forms. For example, let's assume if the government officer is threatening you or someone else is threatening you, that becomes criminal misconduct. So, threatening, that is criminal misconduct. Disproportionate asset. The idea of disproportionate asset is, see, in India, there will be very, very few people who are politicians who have never faced a case of disproportionate asset. Most politicians in India who have been in politics for a long time will always at least once have a case of disproportionate asset. Now, what do you mean by this? It's a simple argument. Let's assume you come from a middle class background. Your father, etc., did not have a lot of money, just the common normal family. Let's assume you become a member of parliament. Okay. And let's assume as a member of parliament, your salary is about 1 lakh rupees. Okay. Let's assume this is your salary. Now you become a member of parliament, you remain a member of parliament for 5 years. Okay. So in 5 years means 60 months. 60 months basically means you would have earned maximum 60 lakh rupees, right? Maximum you would have earned is 60 lakh rupees. But at the end of the tenure, all of a sudden you have a property of 6,000 crore rupees. You have a private jet of your own. You have a villa in Mumbai. Then it becomes a problem. Then this is a case of disproportionate asset. Means the asset that you own are not in proportion to your salary. When you cannot justify with your salary, how are you able to get this much, or how are you able to buy all this when you can't justify that? This is called the case of disproportionate asset. And as I said earlier, there are so many examples of disproportionate asset. I'll give you a few examples. I'll give you examples of two politicians who have passed away. So, take an example, if you are familiar with UP, take an example of Mulayam Singh Yadav. He had a case of disproportionate asset for a long time. Go towards South, late Jayalalitha, ex-chief minister of Tamil Nadu, she had a case of disproportionate asset. In fact, she had to resign from the chief minister post when the court found her guilty in the case of disproportionate asset. So, disproportionate asset again are things that usually a lot of politicians have been accused of in India specifically. This is usually how you define these things. Bribery, as I said, accepting award beyond your salary. This can be cash or kind, both. Does not necessarily have to be cash. Criminal misconduct, fraudulent activities, coercion, threatening, etc. Disproportionate asset, when you have asset that cannot be justified with the amount of salary you have, with the amount of earning that you have. Now, who exactly are covered under the law? Who are the people who can be punished under this law? First, people who are in service or who are getting paid by the government, number one. Second, PSU employee. PSU is public sector undertaking, government companies in short. PSU means public sector undertaking, that is, in simple terms, government companies. Local body members, municipalities, panchayat, etc. Judiciary is also covered under it. Cooperative societies, office bearers who are officially the head of cooperative societies, central state universities, or anyone who is holding a public office or anyone who is performing a public duty. All these are covered under the law, means all these can be punished as per the law. All these can be punished as per the law. As you can see here, the Prevention of Corruption Act does not apply to private sector employees, people who are working for the private sector, people who are working for the corporates, etc., who have no connection to the government. This law does not apply to them. There are other laws for them. I'm not saying that in the private sector you can do anything or there is no charge on you. There are other laws that will apply to you if you're in the private sector. But this law, specifically the Prevention of Corruption Act, is created to cover all those who are working in the government sector or in the PSUs. Now, we'll talk about this law in detail. Recently, and when I say recently, I mean 2018. In 2018, the government made some very interesting changes in the law. In 2018, the government made some very interesting changes in the law. Now, when the government made these changes, many people said that the government is diluting the law. Many people said that the government is actually protecting its officers. The government said, no, 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 we are not doing this. We are actually making the law even better. We are bringing the law at par with international practices. We are making the law similar to other countries also. But in reality, the changes that were made in 2018 in the law were something that raised eyebrows of a lot of people. And I'll tell you what those changes were. We'll discuss one by one what this law is. So, first, now we are discussing what the law is one by one. First, the definition of a bribe. Bribe means, as per the law, any undue advantage that the person gets apart from the legal remuneration. So, legal salary that you're expected to get. Apart from that, beyond that, if you get any money or anything in kind. Someone was asking me what is kind. Yashi, kind means, let's say I don't offer you a salary, but I give you a car. I don't give you a salary or I don't give you any bribe, but I offer you some land. That is called bribe. That is called in kind. So kind means there's no cash that is going. But when the government servant tells you, I want something extra, if you want me to do your job, you give him a car, you give him a bike, you give him a TV, laptop, iPhone. All these are kind gifts. So anyone who is taking anything beyond the legal remuneration is a bribe. Now, in 2018, the government added an exception. Now, please see this, very interesting. In 2018, the government made a change in the law. The government said, and listen to this carefully, the government said, if a person does not perform a public function dishonestly, it would not qualify as taking a bribe. Okay. Let me try and explain this to you. Okay. Let's assume that you want to open up a medical store, or not medical store, let's say you want to open up an alcohol shop. Okay. So you want to sell alcohol. Now, to set up an alcohol shop or a wine shop or whatever, you need a license from the government. You can't just randomly set up any shop. You have to take a license from the government. So now what happens is, let's assume someone went to the government officer who is responsible for giving the license. He gave all the paperwork that I want the license. He fulfilled all the requirements. But the officer said, I will not give you the license. I will give you license if you give me something extra. So now, indirectly through some sources, this person gives the officer 5 lakh rupees in bribe. Okay. The officer was given 5 lakh in bribe. Now, interestingly, see what the law says. The law says even after taking 5 lakh rupees of bribe, if the officer still did not give him the license, then it is not a bribe. This is what the exception is. Do you understand? If the person does not do anything dishonestly, it would not qualify as a bribe. So now, just if the officer took the money, that is not enough to punish the officer. If the officer took the money but did not do anything wrong after that, then you cannot punish the officer because that is not a bribe. Now, see how smart the officer is. Officer took the money also, did not do anything wrong also. Everyone is happy. There is no charge against the officer. That is what changed in 2018. In 2018, the law said it will only be called a bribe or you will only be punished if you actually did something illegal. If you just took the money and still did your duty properly, then there is no punishment against you. So you can take whatever you want, but the only point is don't do anything illegal. Keep taking money, no issues with that. So that's a change that came up in 2018, number one. Then let's go ahead. What about other changes? The other changes that happened was, now, as per the law, even the person who is giving a bribe will be punished. Earlier, only taking a bribe was an offense. In 2018, the law now says even if you give a bribe, that is also a punishable offense. Now, this is problematic. How? Take a very simple example. In most cases in real life, you will not see a government servant directly asking you for money. You go to a government office, you ask the government officer to do a job, they will never ask you for money. They will just not do their job. They will not do their job to such an extent that you will be forced to offer them money. So you go to them, you ask them, sir, my pension has not arrived. And they will say, oh, it has not arrived. No problem. You come tomorrow, I'll look into it. 2 months, 3 months will go by. The officer will keep on saying, oh, I will look into it, come back tomorrow. Officer will not ask you for money. Eventually, because you want your pension, you will be forced to offer him some money. That, okay, sir, please take 1,000 rupees and do something. In that scenario, you become the criminal because you offered the bribe. That is how the law has changed now. The person who takes the bribe will be punished, no doubt about that. But the person offering or giving a bribe will also be punished. Now, there is an exception here. The only exception here is if you say, I was forced to give a bribe, then what you have to do is inform the police within 7 days. Inform the police within 7 days that I was forced to give a bribe. I have given a bribe now. Please help me. I don't want to go to jail. I will cooperate with the police. So, if you want to not be punished under the law, you were forced to give the bribe, the only option you have is within 7 days, inform the police. If you do that, then you will not be punished. Otherwise, you will be punished. So now we study two things. First thing we study, government officer will only be punished if he or she does something illegal and not just for taking a bribe. Why was this law passed? Why was this law passed? Why was this change done? I'll tell you the government's argument. The government's argument is, let's assume there is a government officer. Now, someone came to the government officer house and kept 10 lakh rupees. The person hid 10 lakh rupees somewhere. They just came and left 10 lakh rupees and then left the house. The government officer himself does not know about this cash. Tomorrow, if the police comes, raids the house of the government officer, they find out 10 lakh rupees, then the officer should not be punished for that because the officer did not do anything wrong. That is the logic of this change. Are you able to understand the situation now? The change that is being done here is that the government officers who did not know that something has been kept in their house or in their office, they should not be punished under the law because they were not a part of this. That is how it works. Second difference or second change that we discussed, earlier only taking a bribe was a punishable offense. Now even giving a bribe is a punishable offense. So if you offer a bribe, if you give a bribe, even then it will be a punishable offense. Third, prior approval for investigation is required. Now, what do you mean by this? Every government, irrespective of whichever party it is, every government has some favorite officers that they want to protect no matter what. Every government, every political party likes certain officers and they want to protect them, and which is a fact. At the state level also, at the center government level also, there will always be certain officers that the governments want to protect. Now, how do the governments protect them? By this. Before a police officer conducts an investigation against any public servant, there has to be prior approval of government of India or government of state to be taken. So before you start the investigation, you have to first take permission of the government. If it's a state government officer, you take permission from the government of the state. If it's a government of India officer, you take permission from the government of India, but you have to take permission. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Most of the times when the governments want to safeguard their favorite officers, governments will just not give the permission. They will keep delaying permission time and time and time again. They'll just keep delaying permission. That is why many people don't like this particular change. Only in two cases, the government permission is not required. First, if public servant has been caught red-handed. Red-handed means has been caught while taking a bribe itself. On camera, or he was taking a bribe and the police came in. So if the officer was caught red-handed at the very moment taking a bribe. Second, if It's a case of disproportionate asset. If it's a case of disproportionate asset, these are the two cases in which prior approval will not be required for investigation. In all other cases, prior approval will be required by the government of India or the government of the state. It is only in these two cases that the prior approval will not be required if the government servant is caught red handed or if it is a case of disproportionate asset. Not just this, prior approval is also required for prosecution. Now, what do you mean by prosecution? Prosecution means when the case is to be filed in the court. That is called prosecution. So, investigation means the police will investigate the case. For that, you require permission. Then, for prosecution, also means for the case to be filed in the court, also you require permission. You require permission for that as well. Approval of sanctions should be done within 3 months. So, for prosecution, there is a time limit. When the government is asked within 3 months, they will have to give the permission. They can't wait any longer. So for investigation, there is no time limit. Government can delay and delay and delay. If the government is asked for permission for prosecution within 3 months, they will have to give permission. Maximum they can extend to 1 more month. Guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll just fill up my water just once again. Don't go anywhere. Just a couple of minutes. I'll be back. Okay, just 2 minutes. Yes. Sorry. So where were we? We were discussing about the changes in the law. Okay, Yashi is saying when government has not given approval for investigation, then also prosecution can be done without approval. No, Yashi, if the government has not given approval for investigation, that is a first step. Then the case itself will not go ahead. For the prosecution to happen, investigation has to happen first. So if the government has not taken approval for investigation itself, then the question of prosecution does not even arrive. Then yes, Rani, thank you. Chanchal is saying, sir, taking money but doing the favor work for the person is wrong. Yes, it is wrong. Then you can file the case. Basically, in other words, if if the government servant is doing the job in an incorrect manner, favoring someone, then the punishment will be given irrespective of whether bribe was taken or not. So now what the government essentially has done is taking money or not does not matter. Whether you favored someone or not, that matters. Anyway, let's go ahead. The other thing in 2018 that changed in the law was there was a time period given for trial of the cases. Means in how much time the case has to be completed. Earlier, these cases went on for years and years and years. That was a big issue. See, the only way in which you can deter people from committing a crime is to make sure that they are punished in a timely manner. When you delay the punishment, that is when it becomes problematic. That is why the government here made this case that maximum within 2 years, you will have to complete the trial. Within 2 years, there will be a special judge who will complete a trial. In case 2 years are not enough, the case could not be heard or could not be completed within 2 years, then what will happen? Then the case can be extended 6 months at a time, but in that case, it will go maximum 4 years. Again, let me repeat. Earlier, there was no time limit within which the case has to be heard, has to be resolved. Now there's a time limit of 2 years. After 2 years, it can be extended further, 6 months at a time. Maximum in that case also, it will go up to 4 years and will not go beyond 4 years. That is now the law under the Prevention of the Corruption Act. That is, a trial also has to be within a timely manner. These are the changes. Again, in brief, punishment for bribe has been increased even further. Even gifts have been criminalized. Earlier, what used to happen? Many people, many government servants used to say, oh no, this is not a bribe. Someone has just given me a gift. Even giving a gift has been criminalized. Bribe givers. Corporate bribery has also been criminalized. If a corporate, not an individual, if a company gives bribe to a government officer, even that has been criminalized. Immediate forfeiture will happen. Means whatever bribe has been taken, immediately the bribe will be taken away by the government. Immediately the bribe is taken away. It can be cash, it can be property, anything. Timely trial has also been mandated. Again, let me quickly revise with you what are the changes made in 2018. First change, number one, just taking a bribe is not enough to punish a government servant. Taking a bribe and doing something wrong, that is when the government servant will be punished. Just by taking a bribe, the government servant will not be punished, number one. Second, giving a bribe is also an offense now. Just by giving a bribe, that if you think that you will be safe, no. If you are giving a bribe and your argument is I was forced to give a bribe, then within 7 days you have to inform the public authorities that you are forced to give a bribe, then you will be safe. Third, you require the approval of the government to start investigation. That is a way for the government also to protect its favorite officers. The government cannot protect the officers. If they don't want to give approval, they will stop the approval. Fourth, the government permission is also required for prosecution, means for filing a case in the court after investigation is over. For prosecution, the government has been given a time period. Within 3 months, the government must decide on the approval. They can extend to 1 more month. For investigation, that permission did not have a time period. For prosecution, there is a time period. Do remember that. Apart from that, time period that is required for the claims, that is within 2 years maximum, the claim has to be done, or the claim that has been made in the court, it has to be decided. Within 2 years, special judge will be appointed and the case will be resolved. Just in case 2 years are not enough, it will be extended 6 months at a time, and maximum it can exceed up to 4 years and not more than that, even in that case. These are the amendments that have been made in the law. Again, this is a brief of what has been done. Okay, let me quickly, there are a few questions that have come up. Let me quickly take those up and then we'll go ahead. Chandrasekhar, I think I've answered those. So Lakshna is saying, if the person's taking money and donate it, but not favoring the person who give the bribe, is it punishable? So Lakshna, what you do with the money, that doesn't matter. You donate the money, you don't donate the money, that is not of our concern. The law just says if the government officer, okay, Vaishnav, this is it. The law just says the government officer did something illegal, they will be punished, full stop. Then Avni saying, but there's still a lot of corruption. Yes, there is. Vivek is saying, something in kind like diamond ring given to spouse of the officer. Vivek, is someone else is giving a diamond ring to the spouse of the officer, then officer should be worried. Why should someone else give a gift to officer's spouse? Yes, that is an example of giving something in kind. Shweta is saying, taking bribe is not wrong, but doing something wrong will punish. What is that doing something wrong? As I said, Shweta, something wrong means when the if I'm a government servant, okay, I have to decide whether I should be giving you the license to open alcohol shop or not. Okay. Now let's assume that you did not fulfill all the requirement. Your paperwork was missing, but even then, if I gave you the license to open up the shop, that is an example of doing something wrong. Okay. Then I have a question. Chandrasekhar, on what section people file the case against the government official in taking money but did not do anything? No, but people, in that case, people don't file the case, na? That's why it's saying people will not file the case. GI saying, sir, extra money will be disproportionate. Asset, is it still not bribe? Gia, it has to be proven. If it is proven that it is a case of disproportionate asset, then yes, you will be punished. But again, disproportionate asset usually becomes a case when it is a very big amount. For example, if you just bought a home, there will no questions on you. If you bought a bungalow and a car and a jet, then there will be questions on you. Then Chiduri saying collusive bribe givers criminalized means Chiduri means people who give bribe, they will also be criminalized. Yashi saying if the government doesn't approve for investigation, Yashi, then nothing will happen. Full stop. Officer will continue happily, nothing will happen. Vivek is saying, I meant to ask, does it come under ambit of corruption or not? Vivek, what was your initial question? Okay, yes. See, anything that you give, if the officer in return is doing something illegal for you in return, that will be corruption now. Just by giving a ring, diamond ring, and an officer is not doing anything wrong, then that's not corruption. Okay, one last question. Aniket Singh, can NGO be covered if it is substantially financed? Aniket, yes. And Chituri Singh, can a court ask the CM to resign? Is it compulsory for CM to resign? No, Chituri. Court cannot ask the CM to resign. The law is if you are given a punishment of 2 years or more than 2 years, then you will have to resign. So Jayalalitha was given a punishment of more than 2 years. That is why she had to resign. The court cannot ask that, no, 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 you should resign. The law says if the punishment is given that is 2 years or more than 2 years, and if you're an MP or MLA, then you have to resign. Minister also, you have to resign. Anyways, let's go ahead then. So, the law that we were talking about, the Prevention of Corruption Act, has a lot of issues. As we discussed, there are some issues which, because of which, the law has still not been effective enough. First, coercive bribery is punishable. Coercive means forceful. As I said earlier, in a lot of cases, people are forced to give a bribe. People don't give a bribe just because they want to. In most of the cases, people are forced to give a bribe because they think that if I don't give a bribe, I will not get my pension. If I don't give a bribe, I will not get this document. That becomes problematic. Even if you are forced to give a bribe and you do not report it to the police, it becomes a problem. You will be punishable. So rather than punishing the government officer, you are actually making it even tougher for the end consumer. The end consumer, the common citizen, they will be punished if they are forced to give a bribe. That becomes a problem. Second, if a public servant, as the point that we were discussing, and most of the questions also are on this point only, if the public servant does not perform a public function activity dishonestly, he would not be committing an offense. That is problematic. As we discussed, that means public servant can still take the money. Taking a money is not a problem. Doing something wrong is a problem. That is a very interesting change in the law, because this actually gives a free hand to the police or to the public officers, that you can still keep on asking for money and hope that no, I will not be caught because I will not do something wrong. The government should not have said that, oh, you can take a bribe, no issues, just that don't do anything illegal. That does not serve the purpose, and this change, that not performing a public function dishonestly will not be offense, that is problematic. That is again a big issue. Now, when you talk about corruption, specifically in India or anywhere around the world, there are many committees and commissions, etc., that have been formed that talk about corruption. Now, in India, there is, not just in India, sorry, but around the world, there's a committee that is very, very famous. I'll give you an example. Now, this question was asked in the GS4 paper also and in GS2 paper also in the past. There is something called the Nolan Committee. I don't know how many of you have heard it or not. So, Nolan Committee basically was a committee formed in the UK in 1990s. It was a committee formed under a member of parliament, Mr. Nolan, where he was asked to tell what are the values that a public servant must have. That is, what are the values that a public servant must live by. This is called Nolan Committee. You would have read this in ethics also, GS4, I'm very sure. You would have read it there as well. This question on Nolan Committee has been asked by the UPSC in GS4 ethics also, and they've asked this question in GS2 as well. Now, what exactly is this? What did Nolan Committee say? In very simple term, Nolan Committee said that there are a few things that every public servant must live by. A public servant must display these duties, these values while they are on duty. First, they should be selfless. They should display integrity. They should have objectivity. I'll come to each and every one. They should be accountable, they should be open, they should be honest, and they should show leadership. Now, a few things here to understand. First, how is it important for your examination point of view? For your examination point of view, it's important because, as I said, number one, either the UPSC can straight away ask Nolan Committee, what did they suggest? Number one. Second thing, in GS4, there's a very common question where you will be asked in a very generic manner that what are the qualities a public servant should have. UPSC will not name Nolan Committee. They will just ask you what are the qualities of a public servant. What are the qualities a public servant should have. Third way, and this is the most common way in which this can be asked, is in the interview. One of the most common questions in the interview, when you sit, the panel usually starts the interview by asking, oh, tell us, what do you think are the best qualities that an IAS officer should have? Now, when you are asked this question, you can either name some very generic words, or you can name these words or these qualities as the Nolan Committee had suggested. So, either way, try and see if you can remember this. Because, again, as I said, it can be asked in various ways. There can be a generic question on the qualities that a public servant must have. There can be a generic question on Nolan Committee and its recommendations, or there can be a question that can be asked in the IAS interview as well, where you will be asked, what exactly do you think public servants should exhibit? Now, these are words that you would have heard. These are very generic, common words, nothing new as such. You should be selfless because, again, the job that you do is public servant. So you are in the service of the public rather than thinking from your own point of view, rather than thinking what will be good for you or how will it help you, how will it not help you. There has to be a decision making process from the point of view of whether or not this decision will help the common public or not. So you have to be more selfless. Second, integrity. Integrity basically means practice what you preach. Even when someone is not looking at you, you should still be going ahead and living your life in a way that everyone is still looking at you. There is this famous story of Mahatma Gandhi, which is, I'm sure, a made up story, but this is a story that everyone tells. So I'll tell you that story, and I'm sure you also have heard of it. So the story is that there is a mother who is fed up of the kid because the kid eats a lot of sugar. So the mother takes the kid to Mahatma Gandhi. I don't know why. You should take him to a doctor. But anyways, so the story is that the mother takes the kid to Mahatma Gandhi because he's an admirer of Mahatma Gandhi, and she tells Mahatma Gandhi that please stop this kid from eating sugar. So Mahatma Gandhi says, okay, come back after 1 month. So the mother and the child go away. After 1 month, they return. After 1 month, Mahatma Gandhi tells the kid, please don't eat sugar, it is bad for your health. And then he says, okay, now go. So the mother gets very angry. Mother says that if you just wanted to tell him don't eat sugar, you could have told him 1 month earlier also. Why did you make us wait for 1 month and now you're just telling don't eat sugar? So Mahatma Gandhi's response was that 1 month ago, I also used to eat a lot of sugar. So for 1 month, I first experimented on myself. Whether is it possible for me to leave sugar? In 1 month, I left sugar. I proved it is possible, and now only I will preach. I'll tell him also to leave sugar. 100% fake story, trust me. But again, this is an example of integrity. Integrity basically means you have to practice what you are preaching. So when you are telling people to follow a certain path as a government officer, you will be the one who will be in the eyes of everyone. So you'll have to have that exemplary behavior. Objectivity means your decision making has to be on the basis of fact. Tell me very honestly, when you told your parents or your relatives or your friends that I am preparing for IAS, what was their first reaction? When you told your parents or friends, Mustaja, no, don't write Mahatma Gandhi sugar story. It will be too lengthy for your answer. What was their first reaction? Friends, etc. I'll tell you very interesting reaction. One reaction that many of them would have is great. If you become an IAS officer, my life will be easier. My train tickets will now be confirmed. I will not have to stand in the line, right? Most of them would have this reaction that, oh, great. If you become an IAS officer, at least my life would be sorted. Either they are kidding or they are serious. Let's forget about that in for a few minutes. Either they are kidding or they are serious. Let's forget that. But the first reaction always is, if you are going to get to a good position, it will help me. So the people think of others from this point of view, that when you go to a certain position, I will get the advantage. That is something that the public servants should avoid. That means you have to be objective, because as a public servant you will have a lot of power in your hand of taking decisions, allocating money, appointing people to different posts. Your answers or your decisions have to be objective. You have to be accountable. Your decisions can be challenged by anyone. You should be open to sharing information. You should be open, you should be honest, and you should display leadership. So basically, the Nolan Committee that was made to tell the standards in public life and prevention of corruption. These are important. These, remember these words. There are a lot of ways in which you can remember these words. I saw a few people in the chat also telling me how they have remembered this. Some people have remembered this as hollow IAS, I think. Some people, I think, have remembered this as shallow. So whatever your preference is, just remember. How you remember doesn't really matter. Just please try and remember. However you try and remember this, try and remember. Okay. Anyways, next topic. Again, we are continuing on the corruption thing itself. Lokpal and the Lokayuk. Now, so far we discussed about the Prevention of Corruption Act. The Prevention of Corruption Act, as we discussed, is mainly a law that tackles corruption that is done by the public servants. However, the Prevention of Corruption Act, the problem with that is, number one, many people are not aware of it. And number two, as we saw, the government permission is required at every stage. For investigation, also, you require government permission, number one. Then you require government permission for prosecution also. If the government does not give the permission, then the process is halted. So that becomes a problem. Thus, there has been a demand for a long time now, since India's independence, in fact, the demand was that we should have an independent officer that will hear corruption related complaints. See, the problem in our current system is, in the current scenario, every complaint that you file is investigated by an authority that is under the government only. Because if you see, even if there's a case under Prevention of Corruption Act, who will investigate the matter? The police will investigate the matter. At the end of the day, the police works under the state government. So would the state government allow an officer to be held guilty? Not really. If the government wants to protect an officer, they can do that. So there has always been a need felt that we should have an officer who is independent of the government, who should look into corruption cases. That's why since 1960s, there has been a demand in India to have a Lokpal at the center level and Lokayukt at the state level. The objective of setting up these offices is that they will look into corruption related cases against the public servants. Now, if you look at the Lokpal, Lokayukt, some of you might remember a name, you might recall a name, Anna Hazare. You recall the name? Any memories? Most people say yes. Most people say yes. Okay. So, if you remember Anna Hazare, the Anna Hazare agitation, 2013, there was this huge agitation led by Anna Hazare. There were other people also, Arvind Kejriwal, Kiran Bedi, Manish Sisodia, many people came together, Kumar Vishwas, and they demanded that the government should introduce their version of the Lokpal bill. They called it the Jan Lokpal bill and they wanted the government to introduce that bill. There was a fast that was kept by Anna Hazare. Eventually, the government at that point of time agreed to it and they created the Lokpal. So, the Lokpal demand that was started first in the 1960s, there were multiple attempts that were made to pass the bill, but the bill could only be passed in 2013. The reason is simple. Try and understand this. Why would the government create a body that will look into government's own corruption cases? Would you want someone to sit over you and look into the mistakes that you commit? No, obviously not. So why would the government want to create a Lokpal whose sole responsibility will be to find corruption within the government itself? That is why the governments never agreed to establish a Lokpal. That's why although demands were made since the early 1960s, but the bill just could not pass. Till 2011, 8 attempts were made, but again the bill just could not pass. It was finally with the Anna Hazare movement that we saw the passing of the bill and the Lokpal came into picture. It came into force on 16th of Jan 2014. Even though the Lokpal was established or the president gave the assent in Jan 2014, the establishment of Lokpal was still very, very, very delayed. See, whenever the government passes a law and the president signs on the law does not automatically come into force. Please understand this. There is one more step. The parliament passes the law, number one. President signs on the bill, number two. That does not mean the law will be enforced. There's a third step also. The third step is The government has to notify the date on which the law will be enforced. And the government has to tell the rules of this. Every particular law needs certain rules to be implemented on the ground, needs a certain date that the government announces. Only on that date you see the law being enforced. This is where the government delayed giving the date for the Lokpal and the rules for the Lokpal. It was only in March of 2020 that the government actually came up with the rules of the Lokpal and the Lokpal came into being. Cheturi is saying it is mentioned the law came into force on 16 Jan 2020, 2024. No, not 24, 14. No. So the law basically was given the assent by this, but the rules of the Lokpal, rules to file complaint, rules under which they can work, were only introduced much later, that is in 2020. This was a flashback photo of Anna Hazare and the the fast that he kept along with other people in favor of the Jan Lokpal bill. Now, why was it that there was such a long delay? Do you know who was India's first Lokpal and when was he appointed? Any idea who was India's first Lokpal? When was he appointed? Akhil, who? Ghosh, who? Okay. Some people are right. Okay, Akhil. India's first Lokpal was PC Ghosh. Pinaki Chandra Ghosh. Pinaki Chandra Ghosh, retired Supreme Court judge. Appointed only in 2019. Now, have you ever wondered how is it that the law was passed in 2013, president gave the assent in 2014, and even then the first Lokpal was appointed 5 years later, 2019 we got the first Lokpal. Why was there such a long delay? This is where you have to understand how politics is played in the country. See, understand this idea. Doesn't matter what the political parties say. No political party wants a Lokpal. At the end of the day, every political party is the same. No political party wants a Lokpal. Why? Because all the political parties know that the Lokpal at the end of the day will only sit over them and will only question what the political parties have done. So, BJP, Congress, all of them wanted to delay the Lokpal as much as possible. Now, I'll tell you what happened. Let me explain the politics behind it. So, if you look at the Lokpal Appointment Committee, and I'll show you the committee in just a bit. In the Lokpal Appointment Committee, one of the members was the leader of the opposition of Lok Sabha. One of the members was leader of opposition of Lok Sabha. Now, as you all know, you read in Indian polity, the leader of opposition, the Lok Sabha, the rule is you can only be the leader of opposition, the Lok Sabha, if you have at least 10% seats in the Lok Sabha. You all have read this in Indian polity. You can only have the leader of opposition post in Lok Sabha if your party has 10% seats in the Lok Sabha. Now, let's look at what happened in 2014. In 2014 elections, the largest opposition party was the Congress. How many seats did the Congress have? 44. 10% seats in Lok Sabha means 55 seats. So no opposition party in 2014 had 10% seats in Lok Sabha. Means there was no official leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. So the government used this excuse. The government said, oh, how can the appointment committee function? The most important member is missing. The most important member is the leader of Operation Lok Sabha. He is missing. No, 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 no. We can't work. Now we can't form the committee. So the leader of opposition, because the leader of opposition was no one, the government just did not make the committee. This continued from 2014 to 2017. The government just did not make the committee because the government said there is no leader of the opposition. How can we work? No, 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 we can't do this. Someone went to the Supreme Court saying that, oh, this is wrong. The government is delaying the formation of Lokpal. The Supreme Court must do something. What did the Supreme Court do? Supreme Court basically criticized the government. Supreme Court said that no, you should not do this. The Supreme Court said that you should change the law. So the government changed the law. The government now said in the new law that in the absence of leader of opposition of Lok Sabha, the place will be taken by the leader of single largest opposition party. The place will be taken by leader of single largest opposition party. Is this much clear? Let me repeat. The government, even after passing of the Lokpal bill, did not appoint a Lokpal. The argument from the side of the government was the Lokpal appointment committee requires the leader of the opposition of the Lok Sabha. But right now, we don't have any leader of the opposition of the Lok Sabha because no political party in the opposition got 10% seats. So the government said that, okay, we can't appoint this person, so there will be no committee. Some people went to Supreme Court. The argument in the Supreme Court was that how is it that the government is delaying it? Supreme Court criticized the government. The government's response was, okay, we'll change the law. The government said, in the absence of the leader of operation of the Lok Sabha, the place will be taken by the leader of the single largest opposition party. So now everything is fine. But no, even then it is not fine. Why? What happened after this was the government called the meeting of the committee to appoint the Lokpal. So when they called the meeting of the committee, they had to invite the Congress leader because Congress leader will be the one who will be the leader of the single largest opposition party. So what happened in this case was when the government invited the Congress, they wrote and this is all true. They wrote in the invitation that you are being invited as a special invitee to the appointment committee. They wrote that the Congress leader is invited as a special invitee to the appointment committee. Now, Congress said we will not come. Why? Congress argument was we are not a special invitee. We are the leader of the opposition. We will not come if you don't call us a leader of the opposition. We will only come if you write in the invitation letter that you are being invited as a leader of the opposition. The government said, no, we will write you invited as a special invitee. Do whatever you want. And this went on for over 1.5 years. For again 1.5 years, nothing happened. Do you see how politics works? Because both the parties did not want Lokpal to be appointed. Everyone was giving their own argument. The government argument was, oh, there is no leader of the opposition. Congress argument was, no, we are the opposition leader. Don't call us special invitee. Again in 2019, the Supreme Court had to interfere. Supreme Court again interfered that enough is enough. Then the committee was formed. Only then the appointment was done. And thus India had its first Lokpal in 2019, Mr. P.C. Ghosh. This is an example of how when the two political parties who are opponents of each other, when they want, they can actually come together on a common issue because it will help them in the long run. Only when it helps them, it is only in that case that they will come together. They will not come together when it is for the interest of the public. This is the prime example of that. It's a prime example of the two parties trying to delay it. And the opposite is also true. Whenever there is a bill in the parliament to increase the salary of the members of parliament, everyone will vote yes. Then there is no opposition, no one against the government, everyone will vote yes. Anyways, so we had the Lokpal, that's a separate controversy. Now let's try and see how this Lokpal actually works. Although the Lokpal sounds like a one person body, but it's actually a multiple person body. There is a chairman of the Lokpal at the top, which was PC Ghosh. The structure is something like this: 1 plus 8. So there is a chairman and there are maximum 8 other members. Out of the 8 members, there are judicial members and there are non-judicial members as well. So again, one chairman sitting at the top. Below the chairman, 8 members in total. Out of the 8, there are judicial members and there are non-judicial members. Also, the law is half of them can be judicial members maximum, other half has to be non-judicial members. Out of the total 8 members, at least four, at least four in total should be from scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC, minority, or women. So again, let me repeat. Lokpal means chairman and 8 members. 8 members can be judicial and non-judicial. Maximum half will be judicial, others have to be non-judicial. Also, out of the 8, at least 4 of them have to be from scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, OBCs, minority, and women. That's how the Lokpal is formed. Now, what are the qualifications? Let's first look at the chairman. The chairman either should be retired Chief Justice of India or should be a retired Supreme Court judge, that was Mr. PC Ghosh, or should be a superman, means should be a person having 25 years of experience in a range of issues like anti-corruption policy, public administration, vigilance, finance, banking. In short, what the government wants to say is superstar IAS officer. This is what the government actually means to say. So either the chairman can be a retired Chief Justice of India or a retired Supreme Court judge or someone having 25 years of experience in all of these things, in any of these things. That is what usually the IAS officers usually are. Yes, Mustafa or Mahesh Babu. So this is what usually people expect the Lokpal to be. Again, as I said, if you look at how the government usually makes these eligibility criterias, the way that the government makes these eligibility criteria is that the government wants to have this option open that they, whenever they want, they can appoint their favorite IAS officer. That is why every single time you see the eligibility criteria, you will always see a criteria where the IAS officers will fit in very easily. That is a problem that many people criticize who are outside the government. What about the members? As we discussed, half will be judicial members, other half non-judicial members. Judicial members have to be either retired Supreme Court judges or retired High Court Chief Justice. So remember, High Court judges can't be the members. Either you have to be Chief Justice of the High Court or you have to be the judge of the Supreme Court. Either of the two. You cannot be a common High Court judge and become member. So this is judicial member. And non-judicial member, again the same. 25 years experience, exactly the same. IAS officers basically. So chairman, below the chairman, 8 members, judicial, non-judicial, judicial members, either Supreme Court judges or High Court Chief Justices, non-judicial members, usually IAS officers, usually the people who are considered close to the government, which the government finds comfort in working with. That is how non-judicial members are. These are the current members. PC Ghosh has retired. He had a very short tenure. After him, we had Mr. PK Mohanty, who was working as, or who has been given the position of interim chairman. In fact, Lokpal 10 years back was so much in the news that people came out on the streets for the Anna Hazare movement. If you remember, common people came out on the street to support the movement. But now everyone has forgotten about Lokpal so much that for many months now, we don't have a permanent chairman of the Lokpal. Lokpal does not have a chairman ever since PC Ghosh retired. Justice Pradeep Kumar Mohanty has been told that okay, you can be the interim chairman. So we don't even have a full-time chairman right now. How does the appointment work? Appointment done by the President of India on recommendation of this committee. You have to remember this for the prelims examination point of view. Committee is headed by the Prime Minister. Then there's a Lok Sabha Speaker, leader of the operation, the Lok Sabha, either Chief Justice of India or a Supreme Court judge, and the last one will be an eminent jurist. I hope all of you know who a jurist is or what a jurist is. Anyone who does not have an idea who or what is a jurist? Okay, there are some people who don't know. Okay. So, jurist is a person who is considered to be an expert in law, not a judge, not a lawyer, but an expert in law. I'll give an example. So, let's assume there are professors who teach in law universities. They can come in the category of jurist. So again, jurist is someone. So, for example, if 100 people study law, not all of them become lawyer or judges. Few of them go into the profession of teaching law, or they do PhD in research in law. So those will come under the category of jurist. They are not lawyers, they are not judges, they are experienced experts in law. For example, if you look at Supreme Court appointments in India, you would have read in Indian polity. If you look at the Supreme Court appointment, what is the eligibility criteria to become a Supreme Court judge? One of the eligibility criteria to become a Supreme Court judge is you have to be a eminent jurist in the opinion of the President of India. Remember, in the opinion of the President of India, if you're an eminent jurist, you can be considered to become a Supreme Court judge. This is exactly the same jurist here. That is, if sorry, similarly, this person, jurist, will become a part of the appointment committee here of the Lokpal. Now, when the first Lokpal was formed, the government made it a two-step process. Again, when the first Lokpal was formed, the government made it a two-step process. The first step was they actually made a search committee. And then they made a selection committee. Again, let me repeat. When the government first created the Lokpal, they made it a two-step process. They first made a search committee. Search committee, it's not in the law, but the search committee basically was a committee to shortlist names. Search committee was made to shortlist the names. This search committee was headed by the same judge I was talking about. Remember, about 1 hour back, I was talking about how the government actually makes committees, creates committees just to give employment to retired judges. Remember, I was talking about that. And many people had even searched the name of the judge. The same judge here was the head of the search committee, and the same judge later on became the head of the Delimitation Commission also in Jammu Kashmir. So again, the government first formed the search committee. It was under Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai. Just in case you have not searched it, there's a retired judge, Ranjana Prakash Desai, who has been given multiple government committees or appointments. There was a search committee under her. Multiple names were shortlisted, then given to selection committee, and selection committee was the one that was headed by the Prime Minister, who appointed them. Let's take a break. Be back at 7:25, and we'll resume from here about the Lokpal and the issues here. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. I hope all of you are back. Okay. We were discussing about the Lokpal, the appointment process, eligibility criteria, the people involved there. Lokpal, like most other offices in India, have a term of 5 years. Retirement age is 70, and just like most other offices, their salary, etc., are equivalent to judges. So the salary is equivalent to Supreme Court Chief Justice because they are at the similar position, and for the members, it's equal to the Supreme Court judges. So this is how the term of the office is, and this is how much salary they earn. Removal method also, if you remember, I had told you in the first class itself, removal processes are similar. So for this one, the removal process is just the same as a UPSC member. How are the UPSC members removed, or how is the Lokpal removed? If the president wants to remove the Lokpal, they would have to refer the matter to the Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court will conduct the inquiry, and the Supreme Court will look into whether the person has engaged in any paid employment outside office, engaged in corruption, if the person is insolvent, and on those basis, the Supreme Court will ask the president to take the decision, and the president will then take the decision. That is how the removal process is, and I discussed this earlier. It's the same for UPSC members, same for CIC, same for CVC, and the same for Lokpal as well. Now, the interesting part about the working of the Lokpal. When the Anna Hazare agitation was going on, there were multiple debates about the powers of the Lokpal. What can the Lokpal do? What can the Lokpal not do? The biggest question of the Lokpal's working, or the biggest matter of debate mainly, was about whether the Lokpal would cover the Prime Minister of India or not. So, Anna Hazare and the other people who were leading this entire agitation, their argument was that even the Prime Minister should be under the Lokpal, meaning that even the Prime Minister's office should be open to investigation if someone has a case of corruption. Even the Prime Minister should be investigated. However, government for obvious reasons did not want that. See, when you bring Prime Minister or such offices under the Lokpal, that means you are kind of forcing them to always be under the public eye. When you are saying that the Prime Minister's decisions can be challenged, Prime Minister's decisions can be looked into, it creates a situation where the government believes that they are not able to work independently, and this creates a problem. So what happened was, as a kind of a compromise formula, it was decided that yes, the president will be under the Lokpal, however, only under certain situations. And I'll tell you what those situations are. In most of the prime minister's working, the prime minister is not under the Lokpal. For example, foreign policy decisions taken by the prime minister, any decision taken on India's nuclear matter, space, etc. Those kind of things of the Prime Minister are beyond the jurisdiction of the Lokpal. In some cases, very few cases, the Prime Minister's decisions can be challenged. Not challenged, but can be looked into. Apart from the Prime Minister, all the ministers of the Union government, all the members of the Parliament, Group A, B, C, D officials, anyone who is working in the government sector at the post of, let's say, director, manager, secretary, etc., working at the government setup, any government organization, all these are under the Lokpal. As you can see here, Lokpal mainly works in the higher order bureaucracy. They are not covering lower order bureaucracy, they are covering mostly higher order bureaucracy. Also, the way the Lokpal works is similar to that of the court. For example, in the Supreme Court, you have the Chief Justice of India and 33 other judges. So, total there are 34 judges in the Supreme Court. However, it's not that all of them together will hear any certain case. If there are 34 judges, 34 of them together don't hear a case. They are divided into different benches. Some case will be heard by 5 judges, three judges, even two judges, nine judges, seven judges. That's how the cases are heard. Similarly, in the Lokpal, the working is the same. All the members of the Lokpal don't sit together in most cases. It is only when the Prime Minister and Prime Minister's functions are being investigated, only then the Lokpal will all come together. Usually, when the complaints are filed, you do not see the entire Lokpal sitting together. So, Lokpal usually works in benches. A bench will be chairperson with two or more members. Every bench should have at least half of the members as judicial members. In judicial members should be always at least half of them. If the bench has a chairperson, that is a Lokpal himself, then he will automatically be the head of the bench. If the bench is not headed by the chairperson, then only a judicial member can be the head of a Lokpal bench. Do remember this part. In other words, non-judicial member of the Lokpal cannot be the head of any bench of the Lokpal. The Lokpal bench shall either be headed by the chairperson himself or be headed by a judicial member. Non-judicial members cannot be the head of the Lokpal under any situation. Apart from that, they also have a lot of powers. They have the power to give direction to the CBI. Now, this is interesting. Please try and understand this point. Most of the agencies that you see, like the Lokpal, then we have commissions such as National Human Rights Commissions, we have National Schedule Caste or National Commission for Schedule Caste, or let's say National Commission for Women, etc. To all of these, you can go and file a complaint. Let's say you think that your human rights are being violated, you can go and file a complaint to National Human Rights Commission. If you think there's a corruption case, you can go and file a complaint to Lokpal. The question is, what happens after you file the complaint? Because police does not work under them. It's not that police has given them the authority that, oh, you can give us the order, we will work. No. Police comes under the state governments. Police does not listen to them. So what do they do? How do they investigate a certain case? In most cases, they don't have their own investigative agency. Ultimately, they are dependent on the CBI only to conduct the investigation. In fact, this is the biggest loophole of all these organizations. That is, they can't force the CBI to investigate a certain case. When they ask the CBI to investigate, CBI can say, oh, we are looking into it. We don't have time right now. There are so many cases pending. Come back tomorrow. That is why most of the complaints that are filed to these commissions are usually never resolved. Because essentially, there is no investigating agency to look into these complaints. In that entire scenario, Lokpal is an exception. Why? Lokpal has been given powers over the CBI. They can give directions to the CBI which other commissions cannot. They can even ask the CBI that investigating officer of the case will not be transferred without the Lokpal's approval. Because in most of the cases, what happens is that while the case is being investigated by the CBI and the government does not want the case to go ahead, the easiest way for the government to stop the investigation is just to transfer the investigating officer. The government will just say, oh, he's such a great investigating officer that we want him on other bigger cases. So leave this case. This is the easiest way for any authority to stop investigation or to divert investigation in any case. That is, just transfer the investigating officer. In this case, however, if the Lokpal has given a case to the CBI, the officer cannot be transferred without the Lokpal's permission. Lokpal can also search and have seizure of certain property. Lokpal has its own inquiry wing that can have preliminary inquiry. And they also have the powers of a civil court. By the way, what do you mean by this? You would have heard this phrase multiple times in Indian polity, right? that they have the powers of a civil court. National Human Rights Commission has the powers of a civil court. What do you mean by this exactly? Any idea? When you say a certain body has the powers of a civil court, what do you mean? Okay, Janvi. Okay, Aniket, Namrata. Okay. KK, you are just giving me an English translation, same as the civil code. I know powers of civil code means same as civil code means what exactly? Okay, Chaturi, Jia. Okay, okay. So most of you are absolutely right. Most of you are absolutely right. The major power, as all of you are saying here, is to issue summons. That's the major power. If you want to call some people to investigate, to ask questions, you can just issue summons that will have the force of a law, so that will be binding on them. Then you can put some fines also. That's what civil courts do. Put fines as well if you think that certain person is deliberately not appearing before you, deliberately ignoring your summons. You have the authority to put the fines as well. That's what the civil court does. Lokpal can also order confiscation of asset. Confiscation means overtaking. They can take over your asset proceeds if they think these are earned through corruption. Lokpal can even recommend transfer or suspension of public servant. Now, this is where you have to understand the meaning and significance of a word recommend. One of the other big problems that we have with investigative agencies, Lokpal, or any of these bodies is that all that they can do after all the recommendation, after all the investigation, is they can at the end of the day only recommend. Now, the problem with recommend is recommendations are not binding on the government. Recommendations are not binding on the government, meaning that let's say the Lokpal conducts an inquiry, and at the end of the inquiry, the Lokpal finds out that yes, something is wrong. The person or the public official did commit a crime or there was corruption. Even then, the maximum that the Lokpal can do is recommend to the government that the officer should be punished, the officer should be transferred. The end decision of whether to take any action lies still with the government of India only. It's not necessary that just because a Lokpal found a officer guilty that the person will be punished. Even if the officer has been found guilty, the officer may still go unpunished because the government takes the final decision. The Lokpal also has the powers to give direction to prevent destruction of records during preliminary inquiry. So, whatever documents, etc., files that have been collected, Lokpal can give an order that don't destroy this until the inquiry in such matter is over. Now, how can you file the complaint to the Lokpal? One of the things that you must appreciate about the government in the past few years is that most of the things between the government and the citizens have been done online now. To interact to the government, you don't necessarily have to go to the government office or to go to the offices where you have to file the complaints. Most of the things can now be done online. We discussed about the RTI, how to file an RTI. It was all online. Similarly, if you want to file a complaint to the Lokpal, that is also an 100% online method. So you can go here, Lokpal online, where you can just Google this. It's a complete portal where you can actually file a complaint here. You go to this portal, it will tell you against whom can you file a case. So look at this carefully. A person who has been or who is the prime minister means even against ex prime ministers you can file the complaint. So it's not just the current sitting prime minister, even against the ex prime minister you can file a complaint. So a person who is or has been the prime minister, there are exclusions. As I discussed, what are the exclusions? Any decision in international relations, any decision related to internal or external security of the country, Any decision regarding public order, atomic energy, space, any of these decisions taken by the Prime Minister in any of these fields, they will not be investigated. Other decisions can be investigated. If the person is a union minister or was a minister, member of parliament, group ABCD, as I said earlier. Now, if you actually see, there has to be a limit, right, to which you can file a complaint. For example, think of this. Can you file a complaint? Let's say you can file a complaint against, let me go back, HD Devegowda, who was a prime minister in 1990s. Can you file a complaint that, oh, he did something wrong, I want to file a complaint because he did something wrong? Or can you file a complaint against people who were ministers many years back? Can you or can you not? If no, then why? Well, is there a time limit? That's what I'm trying to ask. Is there a time limit within which the complaint has to be filed? What do you think? Okay, Madhu. Chandrasekhar, if there is no time limit, then can we ask complaint against, let's say, Lal Bahadur Shastri, Jawaharlal Nehru, okay, Jia, okay, Chituri, anyone else? People are Googling very quickly, I guess. Can you file complaints against a person who are very, or who, which happened a long time back? There is, see, there will always be a limit. There will always be a limit. It's 7 years. So there's a 7 year limit. So basically, when you file a complaint, the act that was done, uh, because of which you're filing the complaint, it should not be more than 7 years old. So, for example, today, if you're filing a complaint, today is February 2024, you can only file a complaint up till, go back to February 2017. So, Feb 2017 till now, you can file a complaint. If something happened before that, then you can't file a complaint to the Lokpal. Does it mean that you can't do anything? No, you can still go to the police, etc. That's a common way. So if you think that no, something wrong happened before that, it's very wrong, you have to file a complaint, you can still do that. But again, for that, you have to go to the police usually. For Lokpal, as I said, the offense can date back to now 7 years, not more than that. Yes, Vivek, means you can't file a case against Dr. Manmohan Singh now. Sorry, you missed the bus by about 3 years. Now, there are some other problems with the Lokpal, apart from having this time limit of 7 years. There are some other issues. One big issue, no protection to whistleblowers. In the next class, we will be discussing what whistleblowers are. Whistleblowers, in simple terms, are people who bring out the news of corruption. So, people who tell, oh, this was a scam within the department, who break the news, those are called whistleblowers. You would have seen in the movies people who come up and go to the police against the villains. Villains usually kill them off. You would have seen this in the movies, right? Unfortunately, this is not just in the movies. Unfortunately, in real life also, people who actually come up and bring out the news of corruption, their life is in danger. There have been a lot of these cases where whistleblowers who have come up and who have given information, because of which powerful people have gone to jail or powerful people have come to light. Many of these whistleblowers have been hurt, have been harmed, have been killed as well. The problem is, although we do have a Whistleblower Protection Act, but this does not apply to Lokpal. We will discuss in detail about the Whistleblower Protection Act in later classes. But right now, the problem is we do not have the Lokpal covered under the Whistleblower Protection Act. Means if you file a complaint to Lokpal, there is no guarantee that your name will not be shared. The Lokpal might just tell the officer, oh, you are the one, or this is the person who complained against you. Now, the people against whom you are filing a complaint to Lokpal are powerful people. ministers, members of parliament, prime minister, former prime minister. These are powerful people against whom you're filing complaint. Means they actually have the potential to harm you. So your identity ideally should not be shared with them, but there's no law that gives you such protection. We'll talk about Whistleblower Protection Act in detail after a few classes. Other problem, judiciary is not covered under it. You saw this entire list. Nowhere does it cover judges or people working for the judiciary. So judiciary very conveniently is still out of the Lokpal. Another interesting problem. Lokpal cannot conduct inquiry against itself. So if you think the Lokpal himself or herself is corrupt, or a Lokpal member is corrupt, and you want to file a complaint, you can't do that against the Lokpal itself. If you have a complaint against the Lokpal, go to the police, go to the common channels under which you are given that option. But to Lokpal himself, you cannot file a complaint. That becomes a problem. And this is again a limitation that the Lokpal has, or a limitation the working of the Lokpal. Again, there is a specific time period within which you can file a complaint, 7 years. Second, the Lokpal does not give proper protection to whistleblowers. Whistleblower means people who bring out the information, their identity is not concealed. Third, judiciary is kept out of it. And fourth, they can't conduct inquiry against themselves. Now, it has been many years since Lokpal bill was passed. It's been 10 years now. And even the appointment of the first Lokpal in 2019, it's been almost 5 years now. The problem here is, even after all these years, even after all the expectations that we had, if you remember, I don't know how old you guys were when Anna Hazare agitation was going on. When this Lokpal agitation was going on, if you remember, people thought that once we have the Lokpal, no one can stop us from becoming the greatest country on earth. People thought having a Lokpal is the solution to all our problems now. Remember that? People thought once we have the Lokpal, no one can stop us from progressing now. We will be a developed country just like that, because people had this false hope or false expectation that something drastically will change. Now, if you actually remember this, the Lokpal thing, even after so many years, have still or has still not made the kind of impact that it was supposed to or people had expected. There is hardly any significant case that the Lokpal has looked into. In fact, you see a lot of these articles. In the first 3 years, Lokpal did not prosecute anyone. Means the people who are in the Lokpal, they are getting a pretty nice salary, they are getting a lot of perks of being the government employee. But in reality, they have not been able to persecute anyone. Now, let me ask you this question. If Lokpal is not able to prosecute anyone, there are two options that may happen, or there are two possibilities. One possibility is corruption has ended, right? That is possibility number one, which I am sure everyone agrees that that is not the case. That's the first option. Right? The corruption has ended. That is certainly not the case. Second option is maybe there's some problem in the Lokpal, right? The probability of first one happening is not really very high in India, at least right now. So the problem is maybe the Lokpal is not being able to work as it should. That again proves how in India the problem is never lack of laws. That is why whenever you are asked any suggestion, your suggestion or your first suggestion at least should never be introduce a new law. Introducing a new law in India has never been a solution, because in India, the problem has never been dearth of laws, the problem has never been the shortage of laws. Problem has always been the implementation part. It has always been whether the authorities that have been given the power are actually using the power well or not. Same is the case with the Lokpal also, as you can see. Lokpal hardly has prosecuted anyone. In total, and this data is about 2 years back, in total, it's not that no one is filing a complaint. Let's not think that, oh, no one is filing a complaint, Lokpal is just sitting. No. 2 years back, the data came out. Total of 1065 complaints were filed with the Lokpal. In fact, let's do this together. Why don't you file an RTI about, or ask this to the government? Number one, how many cases or how many complaints have been filed? Number two, ask how many people were prosecuted. Number three, ask how many complaints are still pending. Let's ask this question, the RTI. It will only take 10 rupees. Let's see if we get the answer. Okay, it will be a homework also for you, so that you can understand how to file a complaint to the or how to file the RTI as well. Just ask the RTI, select any random department of the government, no issues. Ask how many complaints have been filed, how many people have been prosecuted, what is the maximum punishment given to a person who was prosecuted. You can ask these questions and ask how many complaints are still pending with the Lokpal, so that we can have an updated data. And if you get the data, you can even quote that in the examination. You can tell the RTI that you had filed. A very famous personality, remember Ashok Khemka? I'm sure all of you would have heard the name. Ashok Khemka, I'm sure all of you would have heard the name, right? The officer who keeps on getting transferred every few months, keeps on getting transferred. He famously gave this post. No wonder if you're an IAS officer, you post such things. No wonder you get transferred. So the case that the tweet that he did was with CBC, CIC, Lokpal, Lokayukt in the place, corrupt people would be shivering. But again, none of this has happened. So this is not a secret that the Lokpal has not really been able to take off in the way that people had expected it to. Now, the other part about the Lokpal, as I said, when the Lokpal was introduced, the biggest question, the biggest point of discussion in mind of everyone was whether Prime Minister will be under the Lokpal or not. The answer is the Prime Minister is under the Lokpal. However, not completely. As I said, there are a lot of exceptions in this case. There are very few cases, very few instances under which the Prime Minister will be investigated. Even if the Prime Minister has to be investigated, even if some of the decisions of the Prime Minister are investigated, there are very strict rules under which it has to happen. For example, first, the Prime Minister cannot be investigated into any decision that he takes regarding international relations, India's internal external security, public order, space, etc. If the investigation has to be done, number one, full bench of the Lokpal will consider the matter first. Full bench means all the members and the chairman. So all of them together will start. And they will first decide whether we should even investigate or not. They should first have a vote whether there is enough evidence to investigate the Prime Minister or not. Only when two-thirds of all the members say yes, only when two-thirds of all the members say yes, only then they will go ahead and investigate the matter. So even to begin the investigation, it's a very tough ask. Two-thirds at least in total have to say yes. Now, if let's assume two-thirds do say yes, an investigation begins. The next step, such an inquiry will be done in camera, means it will always be monitored under camera. It cannot be in a closed door. Not in a closed door. So that there is proof, everyone can know that, oh, okay, whatever inquiry is being done, there is enough proof of that as well. Also, if the Lokpal concludes that the allegations made were false, inquiry will be dismissed and there will be no record published anywhere. Meaning that, let's assume that there's an inquiry done on the Prime Minister. Inquiry finds out nothing is wrong, no decision Prime Minister took was wrong. After some time, if you want to file an RTI to ask what was the investigation done, I want to see the records, you will not get any information. So there will be no record kept after the inquiry is over. If the inquiry proves that allegations are false, there will not be any investigation and there will not be any record shared with anyone ever. Now, Just like the Lokpal at the center level, at the state level, we have the Lokayukt. The interesting part is, even before the Lokpal Act was passed, some states already had passed a Lokayukt law. Lokpal law in the center government was passed in 2013, but many state governments had passed this law at their state level much earlier. That is, they had created a Lokayukt much earlier. First, the Lokayukt was established in Maharashtra, 1971. Odisha was the first state to pass the law in 1970, but the establishment or the appointment of the first Lokayukt was in Maharashtra in 1971. See, whenever there is something that is state wise, you don't have to remember it for your examination. So, for your examination, remembering or understanding Lokpal is important. Lokayukt you can skip. Why? Because different states have different manner of appointment. Different states have given different powers to Lokayukt. Different states have different appointment committee also. So you can skip that part. Some states, for example, have a up Lokayukt also, like a deputy Lokayukt, like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Himachal Pradesh, they only have Lokayukt, but some of the states have Up Lokayukt as well. Like Karnataka, Assam, Andhra Pradesh, they have Up Lokayukt as well. So again, these are different. Appointment is usually by this committee, but again, this is just usual, not compulsory. Because it is state wise, it depends on state to state. Please remember, for the UPSC examination, whatever is different from state to state, you don't have to focus on that. You don't have to remember that. That would be nothing of importance for you. Qualifications are also different in different states. Some states have judicial qualifications. Some states don't have any qualifications as such. So again, they have offered a different manner. You don't have to focus here. Tenure is also changed or different in different states. Usually it's a 5-year tenure. Usually 65 years is a retirement age. But again, you can skip that part as well. Investigation also is different. In some cases, they can investigate corruption cases only. In some cases, they can investigate other cases as well. Now, I wanted to share with you a few very interesting examples. I'll just skip this because this is not important. I'll share with you two very interesting examples of the Lokayukt. I'll share one example of Kerala, and next example I'll share will be of UP, Uttar Pradesh. So, what happened in Kerala? See, Kerala is one of those states that took a lot of pride in saying that, oh, we to already have Lokayukt, we are much better than central government. Central government did not appoint the Lokpal for such a long time. We already have a Lokayukt. So much so that Kerala Lokayukt was given a lot of powers. So much power that Kerala's Lokayukt had the power to dismiss public servants as well. Please understand the difference here. Lokpal has the power to recommend, not dismiss. There is a difference between the two. Lokpal recommends, only recommends. Lokayukt, on the other hand, in case of Kerala, was given the power to dismiss the public servant. Now, the result was in Kerala, the Lokayukt actually dismissed the minister. There was a Kerala government minister who was actually dismissed because the Lokpal had conducted an inquiry. The Lokpal thought that there is a minister who is corrupt and he gave the order for the removal. Now, this minister that I'm talking about was higher education minister of the government of Kerala. Now, the problem was till then it is fine. There was no problem as such. But sometime later, the Lokayukt of Kerala started an investigation against the Kerala chief minister also. Now, when the Kerala chief minister got to know that the Lokayukt of Kerala is conducting an investigation against the chief minister himself, the chief minister got scared. Why? Because the chief minister thought that in this case, if what if the Kerala Lokayukt dismisses me also? See, Lokayukt usually does not have the power to dismiss anyone. But Kerala want to set an example for everyone. So Kerala said that we have actually given them so much power, we are given so much power to the Lokayukt that our Lokayukt will even be able to dismiss any minister. So the Lokayukt first dismissed the Minister of Higher Education. Secondly, the Lokayukt after that started an inquiry against the Chief Minister of Kerala. So what happened was the Kerala Chief Minister, the Kerala government got scared. They immediately tried to change the law for Lokayukt. And look at the interesting part. The Kerala government changed their law and they said the existing law is against the constitution. Kerala government said the existing law is against the constitution. How? Kerala government said only the governor can dismiss ministers. As per the constitution, only governor has the power to dismiss ministers. So if the Lokayukt has the power to dismiss ministers, this is against the constitution. So they want to change the law. But do you know the most interesting part? The most interesting part was it was the same Kerala government that made the Lokayukt law. They were not changing someone else's law. The same government of Kerala had made a Lokayukt law in which they had given so much power to the Lokayukt that he can even dismiss the ministers. And when the Lokayukt actually started using that power to actually dismiss the ministers, and when the chief minister thought even his number would come very soon, the chief minister wanted to change the law, he changed the law. He said that our own law is unconstitutional, the law that the same government had introduced. This is how the Kerala Lokayut episode was. Now, I'll share with you one more example. One more example is of Uttar Pradesh. I'll come to the last slide in just previous slide in just a bit. One more example is of UP. Now, what happened in Uttar Pradesh? UP also had a Lokayut of its own. No issues. It was working properly. But the UP Lokayut was working so properly that the government liked the Lokayut. The UP government liked the Lokayukt because they were just not investigating any case against the government. The UP government thought, oh, this is a perfect Lokayukt. He never complains against us. He never investigates the case against us. So what happened in UP? The Lokayukt completed the 5-year tenure. Even after 5 years are over, the government never removed him. The government allowed it to continue for 6 years and 7 years. People went to the court saying that the Lokayuk should be removed. They have completed the tenure. They are not even eligible for reappointment. They should be removed. The Supreme Court asked the UP government to take action. UP government did not take any action. It went on for a long time, and then Supreme Court got so angry that Supreme Court said, if you will not appoint the Lokayukt, we will appoint a new Lokayukt for you. So after the UP government did not remove or did not change the Lokayukt, it was the Supreme Court that appointed a Lokayukt for Uttar Pradesh. Now, how can the Supreme Court do that? Because appointing the Lokayukt is the power of the governor of the state. The state governor can appoint the Lokayukt, just like the president can appoint the Lokpal. How can the Supreme Court do that? Have you heard of this article? Article 142, I'm sure you would have all heard of it. Have you heard of Article 142 of the Indian Constitution? Okay, most of you would have heard of it in polity. Just in case you have not heard of it, Article 142 of the Indian Constitution gives almost unlimited powers to the Supreme Court. Understand this. Article 142 of the Indian Constitution gives almost unlimited powers to the Supreme Court. How? The Article 142 says that the Supreme Court can give any judgment, any directive to ensure complete justice in the society. Supreme Court can give any judgment, any directive that can lead to complete justice in the society. This has given almost unlimited powers to the Supreme Court. I'll give you another a real example so that you can understand. Take an example of the Ayodhya Ram Janmabhoomi issue when the Supreme Court decided the problem. When the Supreme Court gave the judgment in the Ayodhya Babri Masjid issue, please understand the case was Supreme Court only had to answer one question. Supreme Court had to answer that this disputed piece of land should belong to which side? Should it belong to the Hindu side or should it belong to the Muslim side? That was the only question in the case, and the Supreme Court only had to answer this question. Now, what did the Supreme Court say? The Supreme Court said, after all the arguments and everything taken into consideration, they said that the land belongs to the Hindu side. But they did not stop there. They said, under the powers given to us in Article 142 of the Indian Constitution, we order the state government to give 5 acres of land in Ayodhya somewhere else to the Muslim side also so that they can build their own new mosque. Now, please understand, this was not what the Supreme Court was asked. In the case, Supreme Court was not asked how much land to be given to Muslim side also, should they be given the land or not. No, they were just asked, who does this land belong to? And they gave the judgment, but they went beyond that by using and quoting the article 142 that gave them the power because they thought this is how complete justice will be ensured. This is an article that gives almost unlimited powers. If you look at most of the states in India, as per the Supreme Court, also, most of the states have not given any attention to appointing the Lokayukt. In most of the states, the office of the Lokayukt is vacant. Even when the government appoints them, once they complete their tenure, the government also forgets about it. The Supreme Court in 2018 said Jammu Kashmir, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, all these had not appointed Lokayukt or Up Lokayukt, and they asked for the reasons for non-appointment. So again, I said this earlier, I'll repeat this once again, I'll repeat this multiple times. Government will only prioritize something that the people prioritize. When you ask a question, why is the government not appointing Lokayukt? The question should be, why do people not care about Lokayukt? As long as the people don't care about Lokayukt, the government will not appoint the Lokayukt. As simple as that. Because there is no incentive for the government to go beyond and appoint a Lokayukt or the Lokpal for that matter. It's only when the people show their concern, when the people say that no, it matters to us, we will not vote if you don't appoint a Lokayukt, only then it becomes a priority for the government. Otherwise, it does not. Okay, let's see if you can answer a few questions here. Read this carefully. Easy question. Should we begin the time? Okay. Abatement means helping someone, assisting or helping. Easy question. I think 60% people got this right. Both are absolutely correct. There are no suspense in this, no loopholes here, no surprise here. Both these are correct. Prevention of Corruption Act gives penalty for people who are involved in corruption and also those who are helping in corruption. Abatement means helping someone, assisting someone in corruption. You will also be punished. Second is also true. Bribe taking and bribe giving both are punished. As I told you, before 2018, giving bribe was not punished. After 2018, if you are giving bribe, even then you will be punished. Okay, one more question. Read this carefully. Let me know once you have read this. Give you 10 more seconds, read it. Read it? Okay. The time starts now. 24% people got this right. This is actually C. I think a lot of people got confused by the first one. I think a lot of people got confused by the first one, right? See, this is actually correct. I'll tell you something. I'll just take you back. Wait. I'll just take you back. Wait. Just a second. The first proposal was by Ashok Kumar Sen. He did not name it. The name Lokpal was first coined by L.M. Singhvi, very famous lawyer, a Congress member, very famous politician of that time, 1960s. L.M. Singhvi came up with the name Lokpal. Ashok Kumar Sen was not someone who actually gave the name. He was the one who actually proposed the law. He was a member of parliament, Ashok Kumar Sen, AK Sen, who actually proposed the law. He did not coin the name Lokpal. The name Lokpal was coined by L.M. Singhvi. Uh, if you have not heard of L.M. Singhvi, have you heard of Abhishek Manu Singhvi? Have you heard of Abhishek Manu Singhvi? Maybe. You might have heard of him. If not, he is a Congress member right now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, very famous Supreme Court lawyer. He is his son. So Abhishek Manu Singhvi, right now Congress leader, very famous lawyer of the Supreme Court. He is the son of Dr. L.M. Singhvi. He was also a lawyer. All these are true. Yashi Singh, you said that taking bribe without doing illegal task is okay. So I'm not sure which question you are referring to, Yashi. Yashi, I'm not sure which question you are referring to. See, there is a difference. Okay, I think you're referring to a last question. I'll just come to that in just a bit. So all these three are correct. Whatever the ministers say within the parliament, that's their freedom of speech. Okay, in the last question, Yashi is saying, you said taking a bribe without doing. Okay, I'll just refer to this. See, understand. The way in which you should say this is if the government officer did not do something illegal, then it is not called a bribe. Understand this. If you did not do anything illegal, it is not called a bribe. Once you call it a bribe means you have done something wrong. The word bribe means when you use the word bribe that I'm giving a bribe, that means you have already done something wrong. Bribe will only be used as a word when you have done something wrong. If you have not done something wrong, then the word bribe will not be used. So don't be confused there. Okay. One more question. Read it very carefully. It's a long, long, long question. Read it carefully. Read it. Read it. Read it. Read it. 10 more seconds. Read it. Read it. Just a second. I'll just having issues in giving you the timer. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll just see if I. I think there's an issue with giving the timer. Yeah. Okay. I'll start your time now. Start. 32% people got this right. Again, all these three are actually correct. All the three statements are correct. First statement, it covers commercial organization. This is something we studied, but charitable organizations are left out of it. This is also true. So charitable organizations, if they are involved in, let's say, giving of the bribe, that is not covered under Prevention Corruption Act, that they have been left outside of it. Second, we discussed about this. If you are forced to commit a or forced to give a bribe, tell the police within 7 days and then you will be saved. The third one, it provides a sheet for government officers, including those who retired. Yes, even if you have retired. So basically what happens is, usually when you retire, after retirement, a lot of government servants, they see that complaints are filed against them, cases are filed against them, and then they have to go to the court. So to make sure that the officers work without any fear, because right now what happens is, a lot of government officers, bureaucrats, etc., they don't want to take important decisions. That is why you have seen this trend, right? You criticize the bureaucracy for not taking a decision. You criticize the bureaucracy saying that, oh, they keep on sitting on the files. The reason why the bureaucracy keeps on sitting on the files, or the reason why bureaucracy does not take decisions, is that many officers believe not taking a decision is better than taking a wrong decision. Many officers think that after retirement someone will file a case against them, that you took the decision and then you have to go to the court. So they think it's rather just not take any decision, keep sitting on the file. There is no punishment for delaying a certain decision. So the government wanted to protect the retired officers. Government wanted to give a signal that don't worry, we are here with you. You go ahead, take the disease on the files. After retirement, no one will come against you. We will protect you. So that is something that has been done. All these three statements are correct. The answer here is C. Okay, then. This is the end of module 3. I'm not beginning module number 4 today. Module number 4 we'll begin from tomorrow, in which we will be covering 4 important topics: CBI, CVC, Enforcement Directorate, and the Whistleblower Protection Act. In the remaining few minutes, I will be taking up some of your questions. Whatever questions you have, you're free to ask. Oh, today's webinar also. Samiksha has reminded me to today's webinar also. Okay, so if today's webinar, I'll end it early. Don't worry. If you have a few questions, quickly ask and then we'll end it. She Lakshmi is saying commercial organization mean private organization, but the act is for public official. She Lakshmi, private organizations who are giving a bribe to public official, they are punished. When I said the bribe is when I said the punishment or the law does not cover private organization, that means if you give a bribe to private organization, then you're not covered. Yes, Veshi, you can leave now, no issues. Janvi saying any reason for to leave charitable organization out of the PCA embed? Janvi, no reason as such, just a loophole that people have observed. Yashi saying so every common citizen have to pay to the government official for their right. No, Yashi, that is not true. You don't have to pay the government officials. Chituri saying if a minister wants to confess and he confesses, then under what act will he be punished? Chituri, that is not how it works. Act depends upon the crime that you did. No confession does not determine what the act is. If you commit to murder, then you are punished under some other law. If you confess corruption, then there's some other law. That's how it works. If Lokpal has authority over CBI, who will investigate the cases? That you answered your own question. CBI will investigate the cases. Deepshika saying the NGOs take bribe. Deepshika, not really. See, bribe is taken by those who are in the position of power, who can give you something in return. So NGOs, I don't think under position of power. Okay. Anyway, so I've been reminded that you have your webinar today at 8:30. So what I will do is I'll end it slightly earlier from my end. If you still have some questions, the SME is still here. So you can ask those questions to the SME. If you don't have any question for the SME, no issues. You can just leave, take a breather for 5 minutes, and then you can join the webinar. I'll see you tomorrow, starting from 4th module. Have a good day ahead. Bye-bye. Jai Hind.